No, he's sick. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call the June 17th, 2026 regular City Council meeting to order. Ms. Cassandra.
Mayor David Romero,
Here.
Councilor Marvin Martinez,
Present.
Councilor Barbara Casey,
Here.
Councilor Benito Pacheco,
Here.
Councilor David Ulivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a quorum.
Sir, for the record, Mr. Benito Pacheco is excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Travis Martinez will lead us in the pledge.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Casey, moment of silence.
Let us pray for the citizens of Las Vegas who have passed on this month. I'm thinking about Mr. Charles Ludi, who was a leader in our community, very well-known person, and for his family, his daughters and sisters, and son-in-law, who was a state senator from Santa Fe County, and all others who have passed on or who are very ill and in danger of death. Let us pray that God will take care of them in His manner, and that the families receive solace from God. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Approval of the agenda. I do have one recommendation for an amendment to the agenda for business item number 10. It should include fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. And that would be for the approval to authorize and support a summer youth program.
With that recommendation, what's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor, I move approval of the agenda as amended.
Motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilman Martinez. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our public input. We have no public input this evening. Moving on to our mayor's appointments, reports, recognitions, and proclamations.
Okay, at this time, if I can, Ms. Monica Brown, if you don't mind coming up. I was made aware by Ms. Brown about some heroic acts by some community members, and tonight, based off those acts that these members did in our community, they saved a life. And sometimes, you know, these things happen, and we don't recognize or acknowledge that, but I think saving one person's life is huge. And with that, Ms. Monica Brown, if you don't mind, you know, sharing the story, because I know I could say what you had told me, but I think it's more personal because you experienced it firsthand.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to be here and all the city employees. So on May 26th, me and my husband were having dinner at Dick's.
Let me get you the mic just for the viewers online.
And I'll try to keep it short.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's the mayor's report, so you have as much time as you need, so.
Don't tell me that, because I'm a talker. So on May 26th, my husband and I were having dinner at Dick's. I had a clear view of the bar, and I witnessed a gentleman come in, and not to pass judgment, he looked like he was struggling. And he went up to the bar and he talked to the waitress, the bartender, Raven. And immediately she told the other bartender there something. She grabbed her phone and she started to run out with the gentleman. And I heard him say, "In the alley, go to the alley." So it concerned me. So I asked my husband to go out and just make sure she was safe. But after a few minutes, I decided to go to the back door of Dick's and just check. And I saw Raven running from the alleyway behind Price's. And she yelled, "Get me the Narcan," from the bar. So I got the Narcan from Lori, handed it off to her. She ran back out. When I turned around to come back in, I saw Leah Hayes, who I knew was a nurse. So I said, "You're a nurse, right?" And she said, "Yes." And I told her there was somebody unresponsive and they were going to administer Narcan. So she immediately jumped up, left her family, ran out the back door to go help. And so then come to find out that this gentleman had overdosed. He was unresponsive. And I guess the gentleman had previously gone to another business to ask for help, but they declined. They asked him to leave. So I feel like if Raven wouldn't have listened and not passed judgment, or, she just sprung into action and ran and saved him. So I later found out that Zoe and Devin were also there assisting with the life-saving measures. So I commend them for, first of all, being human, accepting others, not passing judgment, and just jumping into action and saving a life. So that's.
Thank you, Monica. So at this time, again, and I can't say it, I mean, so heartfelt, and, that these individuals that I'm going to recognize on behalf of the city council, without these individuals, we would be one less community member in this community. So with that, the first one goes out to Ms. Raven King, and all of you are receiving, it's a City of Las Vegas Life Saving Assistance Award in recognition of your courage, your quick thinking, and selfless actions in helping to save a life. Your extraordinary actions reflect the best of our community, and thank you for making a difference. So at this time, Ms. Raven King. And then they always say angels are always by your side, and, for Leah to be there, Miss Leah Hayes, thank you for being there and participating in this heroic effort. Miss Zoe Kurtz. And then Devin Chisholm. Chisholm. And last but not least, to Ms. Charlotte and Jonathan Moore for specifically having Narcan in their place of business to be able to have what was needed that night. So I don't know if anybody's here to represent Mr. Bustos, Leon Bustos. So to Ms. Charlotte and Jonathan Moore. So if we could get a picture, Miss Amanda, with these individuals. And I'll just make one comment again. Thank you guys again, I mean, for all that you do. And I know this isn't probably the first time that you guys have had to experience something like this. I'm sure similar situations have come up, but Ms. Monica Brown, thank you for, bringing it to my attention. And thank you guys. I don't know if you guys want to say a few words.
Thank you.
Councilor Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to say this, the way it was spelled out by Ms. Brown, you don't pass judgment, that's big, that's huge. And if you can take any part of that and make good of it, you've already accomplished a lot. So much appreciated. Thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. It's a team. You guys, we live and learn. Every day we live and learn. I want to thank you guys for keeping your eyes open, and great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a crybaby in the group, right?
Me too. It's okay.
You guys ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you guys. Leah Hayes was gonna say a few words.
I'm probably loud enough to talk. I was gonna say, my voice pretty much carries anyways, but I did just want to say that in this particular situation, we were dealing with a patient or an individual in our community who's struggling with addiction. However, Narcan is for more than just that. It's for our children who might get into medications that they don't know what it is. It's for our teens who are experimenting and don't realize what they may be experimenting with. And it's for our seasoned population that may forget that they've taken meds and then take them again. This story is actually proof that community saves lives and Narcan saves lives. And I'm going to leave some Narcan with each of you, and then I'm going to leave some out there with an information sheet. So if anybody feels like this is something they may want to have with them, I encourage everyone to. I was just going out to dinner, and had the bar not had it, I truly believe that this young man would have lost his life. So it's important, it's necessary, and I'm more than happy myself or the hospital are more than happy to educate others on how to use it or provide more for you whenever you need it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you all. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Doses in there. Thank you. It's just good to have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Mr. Manager, did you want to say a few words on that?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I think I would just say that when no one is looking, what would you do and what could you do? And they did it. They took care of someone without judgment. And so I thank them very much as well.
And I'll leave my report for that. I know we have a long agenda and executive session, so I'm done with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our councilors' reports.
Councilman Ulibarri.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Manager, we need to take a look at Valencia, West Valencia. The roads are some of them are paved and some are gravel. And we gotta look at the ice skating fund. I don't know how much property we got. The city's got there, I know more or less we got some, but it's in bad condition. And the weeds around town, I would like for you to get with the mayor or with one of the councilmen and go with the wards and see where you have trees growing around the stop signs. And I know your crew's working on them, and it's a very weedy season, so we're doing our best to take care of it. As I said, look at that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ulibarri. Councilor Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a constituent call me up, I believe it was Friday late afternoon, asking me what I thought about a petition that he had brought to city manager, and I didn't have any idea what he was talking about. So he told me that he had gathered signatures from the residents on 3rd Street and had brought a copy of the petition to city manager, who he thought was going to give me a copy. I did finally get a copy from that constituent. He delivered it here and I came to pick it up. I just want to make a request that if someone from Ward 3 comes to see city manager or one of the directors, that I be at least notified so that I know what some of the concerns of the people are. Sometimes people don't know how to get in touch with me, so they come directly to City Hall. So I would appreciate that very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Councilwoman. The petition was from Mr. Baca, and immediately after the meeting, I scanned the petition, and it was sent to the full mayor and full council. But I'm happy to work with you on further communications, but that was scanned and sent to mayor and full council that day, actually.
Was it sent via email?
It was sent via email, and the scanned copy was sent, that it went through to the mayor and full council.
Okay, because I did not receive it. So, with the Google added to my computers, I get nothing from the city. I don't know why, I just don't. And I have said that for the 10 years I've been on the council, and it still doesn't work. So, I don't know what to do about that. So if anything else comes that needs to come to me in any way, please send it to my personal email. I think all of you have a copy of my personal email. And that way I'm assured that I get what is necessary. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was Monday, I had the pleasure of joining Lucas Marquez and Amanda Salas and former Rec Center Director Loretta Abreu Martin and others who were there to distribute items to children enrolled in the summer program. The San Miguel County 4th Judicial District Court-Appointed Special Advocates Program was terminated along with 2 other programs in the state, Bernalillo County and Chavez County, by the State Administrative Office of the Courts. And so we had boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of things for children. So I called Mr. Marcus and I said, do you want me, can you give these to the kids? So Monday afternoon at 2, we distributed backpacks. The backpacks some had pajamas, some had blankets. All of them had a coloring book and a stuffed animal. We also gave them duffel bags that were green and gold, which I thought was kind of, semi-appropriate since there weren't any red and white ones, but the kids loved them. One little girl that was itty bitty got that duffel bag and she opened it up and she says, I can sleep in this. And she was all excited. They got stuffed animals. They got pillows and blankets that were made by the Luna Community College quilting class. And so 91 children got something. And although not all of them got everything, they all got something and went home with something that was donated to them. So it was a wonderful experience for me. I love children, and so we had a good time. And it was fun to watch the kids jumping around and putting the pillowcases on their head and doing all kinds of things. But I loved it. So I just want to thank the Rec Center, particularly Mr. Marquez and Loretta Abreu Martin, and of course, Amanda Salas, our PIO, who does an awesome job of always being at the right place at the right time. So thank you so much. I appreciate everything that everybody does, and I hope those kids are still, dragging those things around. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. On my council's report, I just had with that one individual that also probably talked to Councilor Ulibarri in reference to West National, I believe. It's the dirt road that basically goes out toward the county. Maybe there's a way we could consider putting them on a schedule, maybe where they would be covered once at least every 2 months or something. Other than that, I just kind of want to keep my council report short. I know we have a big agenda, so I'll just go ahead and pass on the other stuff. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Martinez and Councilman Ulibarri, Director Lopez and I were there today, and we had a conversation about the whole stretch, but in particular, the hill has been an area where the councilman and Mr. Caspin and others have raised concerns. So we're going to take a look at that particular piece for maybe other measures beyond just grading. And then I'll work with Mr. Lopez on the balance of the road as well. But him and I were there today.
Good, thank you.
And Mr. Manager, just for the record, I do have an appointment with that individual tomorrow, so that's probably what it's about, so I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sandra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our city manager's report. We have our city manager, Mr. Robert A. Anaya.
Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to ask that the full text of my report be included in the minutes. I'm just going to go through some highlights. The first part is very important that I want to read into the record. I'd like to express my gratitude to David Marcus for his presentation in Albuquerque, June 12, 2026. Jimmy and I also attended the session where David demonstrated excellent work and successfully secured some additional RAID grant funding through the New Mexico Environment Department. I'd also like to thank Consuelo Gallegos and the HR team for putting together the AFLAC presentations and supporting the work to get information added into our systems. Thank you. That's a lot of work. It's a heavy lift that was done to get that accomplished. I'd like to thank Mr. James Stevens for his work in fleet maintenance and for his continued efforts to support our youth working with the West Las Vegas students. Thanks to Tavan Moodley for his consistent daily dedication to maintaining the City Hall compound and ensuring our buildings and grounds are in excellent condition. Additionally, I'd like to recognize the facilities team that's been doing extra work around the plaza with new lights. JJ Villanueva, Sebastian Saiz Gomez, Ethan Herrera, and Max Bustamante for their hard work installing the lights and banners across the plaza as we prepare for the upcoming fiesta season. Thanks to Chuck Griego and the whole events team for their weekly hard work putting on the events for Friday Al Fresco and all the support staff. I've attended several of those myself and can personally attest to the positive community response that we have received. Pursuing a higher level of excellence, I just wanted to note that Councilor Casey, per your request, for several months now, all of the human resources listings are within the packets, but also all of the department reports where you don't hear from those departments on a regular basis, like fire and the police department and finance, those are in there monthly for you to review if you have any questions that you want to raise or call anything positive or concerns associated with those reports. Our staff is here and the department heads are ready to address those. But along with those new hires, I've missed a few, but I'm very diligent and work with Consuelo and her team to go to the orientations to meet the new staff Mondays myself. And so I just want to highlight that continued work and coordinated efforts from departments through the hiring process, through the orientation process. Coordinated follow-up. We're working through a coordinated, comprehensive document that'll deal with communications. We have a draft document that Adele, Ms. Ludi, and Ms. Salas are working through, but we incorporated at least one member from each department to help provide feedback and recommendations associated with that process. So it's fully engaged the whole staff across the city, and we'll be working on some final recommendations and work within that particular structure under the operational side of the equation. Partnerships, I wanted to highlight that at the New Mexico Finance Authority board meeting a couple weeks ago, we made it over another hurdle tied to our water trust board funding. And I wanted to acknowledge that Mayor Romero and I were there, but Mayor Romero received specific acknowledgement, as well as the city, from Chair Kathy Keith, Member Martin Suazo from the City of Las Vegas, and the Director of the Finance Authority, Ms. Marquita Russell. Travis Martinez, Morris Madrid, Jimmy Saiz, and the finance team have really done a heavy lift in working through the Office of State Engineer grant that we received for $3.5 million. That was on a very compressed time frame to get the essential documents put together and packaged. We had a few back and forths with the Office of State Engineer, but I think, Mr. Madrid, we're getting closer to concluding that particular piece. Do you want to comment on that? It's a large sum of money and impacts the water plant and the water systems quite a bit.
Yes, I don't need a microphone. They required a lot of documentation. This is a reimbursement type grant. So we put that together, communicated with them on the format. They wanted us to change the format, which we did. And Travis's staff hand delivered that today. So I think we're on track and we should get full reimbursement.
I just wanted to note on the record, it was a compressed time frame. There was other jurisdictions that were under the same framework and timeframes as the city of Las Vegas was, but they've had more challenges than we have, and I think we're gonna be able to get full reimbursement in such a tight time frame. So kudos to the whole team collectively for those efforts. Progress on the water treatment plant, a lot of work happened in the last few days, so I'd like to, for you, Travis, I know today was a pretty comprehensive day related to the water treatment plant. If you could just provide a few brief comments, if you will, about what Burris McDonald's been doing and about what the State Environment Department's been working on and how we've been lockstep with those, that interface and that work tied to the water treatment plant.
Mayor, Council, just a quick update on the water treatment facility. It's already passed the 30% design. All of the water testing has been submitted, and now a lot of the stuff has been submitted to the Drinking Water Bureau for approval for the next stage of the process. So we're at that step right now to start the 60% design here pretty quick. So we're moving pretty fast on that one.
Mr. Martinez, if you would also comment that we are still under water restrictions and speak to some of the challenges that we're mitigating daily and watching daily associated with the water flows and our water resources.
So right now, we're water restrictions one. I don't have the paper in front of me, but I think offhand. Right now, we're dealing with the river. The river, the flow comes in high sometimes, it comes in low. It's not really constant like we're used to. We see the river this way not till the end of July. We're starting to see it a lot sooner. We filled up both the reservoirs. Peterson is coming back online. We've done all our testing, everything, so we're balancing both between reservoirs. And with that said, we'll be balancing of the flow of the river on both sides. One, we'll do each one, and then on top of that, we're also starting to use Taylor wells to supplement the Zone 3. So that way we can conserve our water and our resources that we have to make it through the summer.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. People in outreach, there's a comprehensive list in front of you. Senator Campos, Environment Department, Water Trust Board, Finance Authority, Office of State Engineer, Department of Finance Administration, West Las Vegas Schools, FEMA, a couple different occasions, Golf Course Committee relative to Highlands University, Glorieta Geoscience, Southwest Capital Bank, Burns and McDonald, weekly meetings, inclusive of meetings between the Intergovernmental Agreement and the New Mexico Environment Department, discussions with NMDOT leadership, Las Vegas Events Committee, and numerous others. But constant communication, coordination with all the parties relevant to the work at hand. I did want to note, I had a very good meeting with one of our staple individuals here at the City of Las Vegas, Mr. Bob Witters, and his participation on Finance Committee as well as the Airport Committee. Learned a lot of valuable information and a really good perspective on financial matters based on his skills and experience that are very extensive. So wanted to note that. Conversations with Tom Clayton as well as our judge, our Honorable Judge, Mr. Eddie Vigil. Moving on through the public information and transparency, we had some concerns raised associated with debris removal. We made a stop. We did a hard stop on the construction. We engaged more communication with more community members. We had a press conference. We continue to work through that particular project. I was out there again today with Mr. Lopez. They're navigating the sediment removal of the pond and sediment removal throughout how the water traverses through the city. And so we're doing that in accordance with the permitting. We're doing that in accordance with the specs that were written. Mr. Lopez, is there anything that you would like to add associated with debris removal based on your visit today and just the context of the whole particular project?
Thank you, City Manager Anaya, for that opportunity. So yes, as the manager stated, our commitment now is to address all the sediment in front of our structures. So being our bridges, they've been reduced to minimal capacity through them. So we want to restore full capacity if we do sustain flooding. So that is going to be the focus for the upcoming weeks. They started today dredging the pond, which was full of sediment. There's a lot coming out of there, and then we'll move on to the structures. But it's going to be a great improvement. Again, if when it floods, it's not if it floods, when it floods, we will be able to handle a lot more capacities through those bridges and avoid, overtopping and possible damage to those structures.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Executive Office Support / News, various items. Mr. Seiss has been stepping up and helping our risk HR team as well as safety with navigating communication and interface between departments. So I want to give a shout out to Mr. Seiss for supporting HR and supporting the team in some of those efforts. I also want to note the work on the Fiesta Guide has been extensive and longstanding. Ms. Salas has been working on the Fiesta Guide, and we've been working through the pageant that we're going to be dealing with here soon and working through. Ms. Salas, do you want to add a couple comments associated with either of those two items?
Mayor, Council. So we're just working through the final logistics for the Fiesta pageant primarily, making sure that we have everything that we need, supporting Ms. Ana Romero, who is taking the lead with the pageant. So I've been working closely with Adele, with Shay, Jimmy, and others as we can continue through the process, making sure she has everything that she needs. So this is the first time I've been part of this, and many of us. So it's a learning process, but it's going to be really nice. So we're excited for that. As far as the Fiesta Guide, that will be out. We'll be receiving 7,000 copies tomorrow. So that will be for distribution, and you can also purchase it in the Las Vegas Optic this Friday.
Excellent, thank you, Ms. Salas. A couple other notes. Haley Lucero, a relatively new addition to the executive team, has been finding her footing in her new role and has been helping to navigate schedules and has provided valuable support for the overall needs of the executive office. We are currently navigating standard growing pains associated with evolving process changes and function, but I want to thank the directors for their patience and diligence in helping us work together through standardized processes that eventually equate to more information and clearer communication to the public. And so I want to thank the departments, all of you, for your patience through that process. But I also want to provide another acknowledgement to Ms. Elena Martinez, who I've asked to stay today. Where is she? She's back there. Her, along with some other staff, and I'll let our finance director speak to the other staff, but Elena Martinez recently passed through the New Mexico EDGE program the certification for Chief Procurement Officer. And in that particular position, that's a valuable resource to have to make sure that we're doing our procurements and work with the financing in an appropriate manner. So, Elena, congratulations. We could give her a round of applause. I'd appreciate it. So, I think in closing, I want to thank the entire team, all the work and efforts of the city staff across the board, and also want to acknowledge and say publicly, I've enjoyed the last several days working through the ICMA process. I've been going through the assessments associated for the ICMA certification process for city and county managers. So I think that's a good process that I'm going through. It's a stepped phase process, but I'll keep the mayor and council apprised as to my work through that. But I've been registered, I've done the assessment, I've done some of the initial applications associated with that process to get certified. So I know that was a little longer than normal, mayor and council, but I thought it important to note those items and thank those individuals for their collective work. So I stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I just want to, thank you, first of all, and I know you gave a little more detail in this last report as far as meetings and partners that you've been meeting with. I think that's important because, there's sometimes because you're not in the office, there's probably a misunderstanding that you're not here, but I know as mayor, in constant communication between you and I, that you're attending other meetings. So I think the council now seeing that will, maybe understand that there's more than just being in the office. So wanted to acknowledge that. But I also wanted to, couple things that were left out, and I know Mr. Marcus, with everything that all the departments he's dealing with, haven't had a chance to acknowledge for the first time in over 10, 12 years. We have, and I'll let you go ahead and say it if you don't mind. Mr. Manager, if you don't mind, we have some other certifications that were, especially in his department, and we're pretty close, so.
Yeah, for the first time, Mayor, Council, good evening. Yeah, for the first time in over 15 years, so we finally have two certified zoning officials within the Community Development Department. And one of them is actually in the house tonight, Mr. Justin Marcus back there. I don't know if you could stand up, Justin, and just real quick, I'd like to get a round of applause for him as well. And the other individual is my right hand in community development, Mr. Scott Zunker. He's not here tonight. He's taking care of his family affairs that he needs to take care of. But he's here for me in a lot of other areas. Always there for Main Street meetings and things that he has to take care of for community development. But I'm very proud of these two individuals. We still have two more, actually three more, getting ready to be certified, and we'll be a fully certified department here pretty soon once we get the other two on the board. Yeah, so it's looking really promising over there.
Thank you, and I didn't mean to, but I just think it's important to acknowledge that I think from the beginning, the commitment to professional development, not only within additional people getting procurement certified, but also now these individuals in zoning. And like you said, the first time in 15 years, so that's huge, so especially when they go to court, right? So.
Definitely, yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to point out just one little mistake you had made, Manager, was our magistrate judge was Eddie Trujillo. I know you mentioned Eddie Vigil. I just wanted to bring that out. I know nothing bad about it, just wanted to bring it to your light, but.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Martinez.
No, other than that, I think, that's huge, what Lucas, our director from Community Development, said. We haven't had these people in these positions in 15 years or better. And this is gonna help our community catch up, everything that we need to do. So much appreciated to those guys that have tested and have passed, and look forward to bigger and better things. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Burr. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you for all the work you guys have been doing around a river walk. It looks beautiful. People like it. It's part of the west side, and it's part of the 4th of July. People love that part all the time, and your staff and yourself and everybody that's involved, thank you for all the work you guys have been doing.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Olabari. And Mr. Madrid, do you have the names of those other individuals that also passed that certification, or do you know, Elena, the others? Shania McAdams passed the chief procurement. Jennifer Montoya.
Chastity Garcia.
And Chastity Garcia. So I wanted to note those. The other thing I wanted to note on the record is when, and we will make sure we acknowledge all those certifications and all that work. When we do acknowledge them, we're going to also include memos to each of their respective files noting that acknowledgement as well. So I'll work with Consuelo and her team to make sure we get those in their personnel files.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And just one more thing, I know I've gotten calls, so I'm sure the counselors here have. I know there was discussion about the restriction of fireworks, but I mean, I know we're at our strictest that we're allowed, and I don't know if you or maybe Chief could kind of speak to that? Just for the record, I'm sure people are going to continue to ask, but if you don't mind.
For the record, sir, going along with the drought monitor for the state, we don't meet the level to enact that restriction. Going along with the. Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
So going along with the drought monitor for the state, we're not at the level that is required for us to go into those restrictions. Our ordinances are restrict pretty close to what that restriction is as anyway. But that ordinance has to be that resolution has to be enacted 20 days before the holiday. But right now, it would make a difference really, depending on what we do have. We do have our fireworks display, which will be the 4th at the golf course. Hopefully people will watch that and save themselves some money this year.
So pretty much the way our ordinance reads is only ground items, so anything that goes up in the air is already restricted, and that's pretty much we're already at our highest,
Yes, sir. The
Highest
city
level allowed.
ordinance already restricts anything over 10 feet. So that's what the restrictions the governor would have us do according to 60-UC. So right now, we already restrict that unless it's a planned event or approved per case.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring that to attention. I know I've been getting calls, and I'm sure they're going to come a little more as we get to fireworks vendors setting up, so thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Unless Councilman Olivari.
Chief, on all the vendors
You'll
for
see it,
the
but,
4th of
you'll
July,
be
are
doing
you checking everybody for their licenses and the approval
Yeah, we'll be shooting them up.
selling their product around the park?
We are, sir. We actually adopted a new program for mobile vendors like that, where we'll actually have a sticker that goes on their window now. We punch out the dates it was inspected, and that permit's good for 1 year. So you can walk by, anybody in the general public can walk by and see that they've been inspected and meet the requirements.
There's quite a bit of vendors that come in for the 4th, and they'll go to your city manager and the fire chief for all the approval. It needs to be get done. I believe there's only 1 or 2 that didn't get them, and they're still using the city property to sell their product, and I was just wondering if you're taking care of that?
If they don't have a business license or inspection, they will be shut down this year.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our next item, we have our fire chief's report. We have our fire chief, Mr. Steven Span.
Maybe I jumped the gun with that last. Good evening, Chief.
Mayor, Council, how you doing? All right. So this report we're going to give you is from April 1st to May 31st. And it will address your question to Councilor Yabadi about the mobile food vendors. If I can magically make it appear on the screen, we'll go from there. That's on my side, but welcome to the regular meeting. Okay, Mayor and Council. So here's our calls of service for that month and a half, 2-month period. We had a total of 198 EMS calls, 14 public service, 6 alarm activation responses, 9 false alarms, 17 non-emergency canceled, 5 outside fires, 0 structure fires, which was nice to hear. 1 special fire, which is usually a Matanza or something like that. 2 hazardous situations, non-chemical. 3 hazardous situations, which is hazardous material. And 1 hazardous situation investigation. Total calls for that time period is 256. Those hazardous ones, most of them are the same location, and we're actually in the process of working with our corporate to resolve the issue right now. So, fire inspections, Counselor, April, they did 78. May, we've done 21 for a total of 99 inspections. Deputy Chief Duran hit the ground running with his team, and they've been catching us up. If you look, here is the breakdown of the different vendors. Our top vendor for inspections the last month and a half is mobile food vendors. A lot of them are fiestas, a lot of them are just for around town, which it's getting to the point now that we're gonna recommend to council that we maybe do something like Santa Fe, where we have a piece of land just for mobile food vendors, so we can concentrate them there instead of everywhere a vacant lot exists. So training, the crew's been working great. 45 hours of in-house training, which is our normal shift training, cover anything in the book. 2 personnel, firefighter Freeman and firefighter Barboa, completed advanced EMT certification. So we now have 3 intermediates on our department for EMS. I know I'm gonna say this wrong. Firefighter Mascarenas completed his EMT certification. That's 180 hours. 185 hours of training were completed at the State Fire Academy in Socorro through our different crews. 2 personnel completed the fire incident safety officer training, which is 20 hours. That is required that we have one in every scene. We now have 5 certified personnel for that. It was Deputy Chief Duran and firefighter Mays that completed this last round. 3 personnel enrolled in mental well-being peer support training and certification. Once they're done, we'll have 3 certified peer support counselors for our crews. And they'll be able to help them through any difficult situations they may have. For a total of 1,025 hours of training with our personnel. Staffing, right now we're at 26 uniformed, 2 civilian personnel. That also includes that civilian being John, our museum curator. Vacancies, we have 1 fire inspector, 4 firefighter EMTs, and 1 captain, who is enjoying his retirement, by the way. Spoke to him last night. Total activities conducted, 14. Our recruitment officer, Lieutenant Ortiz, did 3 new hire testings, or 2 new hire testings, I'm sorry. He just did the 3rd one last week. Public events, community outreach, they've done 6 of those. Fire prevention and emergency preparedness, we've done 6 of those as well. Those include our elementaries, middle schools, and high schools. New hire testing is April 30th and May 18th for those last 2 months. Public events, community outreach, they've done the CYFD Easter egg hunt. They did kids counseling, Sparky's birthday appearance. In fact, last week they went to a young man's birthday party at the Plaza, a little 5-year-old. And he got to meet Sparky, so. Friday al frescoes, they go to those. They're even going to the concert tonight to make a public appearance there as well. It's a long agenda, Council. I'm not going to go through all these while you look at them, because we have a. One thing we do want to do, and I want to thank you, councilors and mayor, for being there. We had our badge printing ceremony, city manager as well. Thank you for being there. Firefighters Rutherford, Chavez, Ortiz, Roscoe, Mears, and Watts were sworn in by the judge and have officially completed their firefighter hazmat and EMT certification and are full-blown firefighters. So when you see them, if you'll give them congratulations, please. Mr. John, he had 131 guests in April. He was open 87 and a half hours that whole month. He's doing pretty good. I'd like to look at getting a second part-time person so we can keep that place open at least 5-6 days a week. Community Connect, we're at 174 this month. We went up by 10 as far as people registered. We are working with our PIO to try to get it out there to more people and get more people signed up. Because we can also, we see as a benefit of flooding last year, we can do the reverse calling to citizens that sign up and notify them any emergencies or any city events going on. So we're gonna work hard on that this summer. Any questions?
No questions? Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you, Chief Span. That was a good report. Couple of things I'd kind of like to eventually put on a list, I guess, would be the right way to say it is, I know that we've talked in the past about EMS, the city of Las Vegas taking that over at one point, and, that's just an area that, it's still a very gray area, and we need to concentrate on working on how do we get to that point, if we're gonna finally develop that system or not. I also understand that there might be a possible, one of our trucks, one of the ladder truck that might need reinspection as well. So I know that's probably something that you probably have in the works as well. Normally for the fiestas, I know that the state of New Mexico has a LP gas inspector come down and they check all these mobile food trucks that come into our community. And I've got his information. If you need it, I could share that with you at any point. That way, if you guys need to be in communication, it's best if, once he certifies them, then I guess they're good for a year as well. But if you need that kind of information, I have access to some of that in case. I'm not sure if you had that or not. I'm sure you do, but if not, I could share that information with you. Thank you for your report, sir.
Welcome, sir. Okay.
No questions, great report, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I know on the fire truck, as Councilman Martinez brought up, I know when Mr. Manager and I met with Santa Fe, there was discussion, Chief did bring up about the need about getting it recertified or re-inspected. So we can't, in this community, afford to be without a truck. So they did afford, they just wanted a timeline on how long it was going to take. I guess you guys are probably working out that information.
Yes, sir. One more from city manager on it.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, Mayor, Council, I would say yes. The feedback we received from the city was positive and being able to work with us. We just need to work out the logistics on timing it will take for refurbishing so that they can schedule and time a loaner in the interim. And so that coupled with also the desire from the city to buy a brand-new truck are also what things that we're discussing and working on.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our next item, our approval of minutes for May 27th, 2026.
It's the pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the minutes for May 27th.
A motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our presentations, not to exceed 10 to 15 minutes. Our first presentation by Jim Tur, speaking on the Tas Nomas jingle.
Chief, if you don't mind keeping us on track. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Welcome.
Did you say something to me?
No, I was talking to Chief for presentations. They're timed, so just making sure he has this timer on. Welcome, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor and Councilor Casey, for your enthusiasm about this project and having me scheduled. As background, sometime in the 1990s, I should be able to say, but I can't say any closer than that, I was contracted to write a radio jingle for by a PR firm in Albuquerque that was contracted to the Energy, Mineral, and Natural Resources Department of the state. Is there still that sort of department there? Okay. And this was a jingle idea they had called Tas No Mas. and they asked me to write a jingle for it, and I did, and it came out pretty well and was pretty popular for years, and I think apparently a lot of people still remember it. And I understand you can run a video about it to remind people what it was?
Behold, the common duck. A remarkably complex creature, the duck exhibits a broad range of behaviors. While one did...
Yeah, Toss No Mas. I just wanted to say with a little bit of pride that I wrote that jingle. I understand it's the longest running jingle in New Mexico, something like 20 years so far. I wrote it, and Michael Hearn added a chord which improved it quite a bit, and he recorded. He's the guy singing the jingle, and I hope he's proud of it too. Toss No Mas, and I'm going to include a few photos of what we're trying to keep clean and beautiful here in New Mexico.
Riding the highway in New Mexico, I saw litter around me, above and below. Then a spirit appeared, as sweet as a kiss. She told me a secret as simple as this. Toss no mas, that's what she said. My beauty is fading, it soon may be dead. You're spoiling my highways, my beautiful lands, but you hold the answer in the palms of your hands. She spoke to my heart, and when she was through, I vowed I would keep my New Mexico new. Toss no mas, this story is true. Our land is our treasure, and it's up to you. Toss no mas, keep the spirit alive, keep New Mexico clean, and her beauty will survive.
Okay, so I put that video together also just for this, just to show that jingle. Now, I came up, it only took me like 30 years to think of this, but I thought, why don't I try to do one for Las Vegas? And so I rewrote it, and a couple people here have heard it, but I understood we were going to have a video of it, but apparently not. Did you all get the lyrics in your package? Did you get the lyrics to the old and the new version?
It was a separate paper that was, there it is. That was
Oh,
put on.
can I borrow one maybe from there? Because
Thank you.
I have Miss June sing it for us.
I'll sing it. I'm proposing to sing it, so I wish I had the recording, but here it is. Driving through Vegas on Bridge Street or Grand, beauty and mystery go hand in hand. Such subtle charm, not glitter or flash, but so hard to see when it's covered with trash. Toss no mas, keep Vegas clean, trash is for hiding, it's not to be seen. The proper receptacle is waiting for you to deliver your litter and keep Vegas new. Yes, we've got a legend, a ravishing pearl, there's nothing quite like it in this beautiful world. Toss no mas, keep Vegas clean, trash is for hiding, it's not to be seen. The proper receptacle's waiting for you to drop off your litter and keep Vegas new. So that's, okay. So anyway, I'm proposing to re-record that with myself and a female vocal, maybe Brenda Ortega or Maria Elena Valdez, who sings a lot with me, and to do a jingle and also to do a video. And I do a lot of videos and photographs of Las Vegas. You may see them on Facebook and stuff, and I even have a book of those pictures. But then as far as getting it seen, well, we would hope the radio stations will play it as a 1-minute jingle. And then I have my own YouTube channel that's got 3 million views, so I can usually get some good views on there. I have a couple videos about Las Vegas that have gotten a lot of views. One is about Las Vegas as a film location, and that's gotten 73,000 views. And one that I did with Brenda Ortega called The Real Las Vegas, that's got about 45,000 views. And so anyway, let's see. So I'm proposing to do that jingle and video. I'm asking 1,500 for that. And I can also, I'm pretty good at promotion, in addition to whatever the city can do to promote it. I've been pretty successful with getting news coverage, like from the TV stations and so on. They might appreciate this angle that it's an old jingle, but we redid it for Vegas, and Vegas is getting some advertising, some publicity from the video and the jingle and so on. So I think it's got a good shot at maybe upping the awareness of Las Vegas a little bit. That's my hope. Any questions?
So would you already have kind of like a production set or not? Because I'm just thinking here, I see Justin in the back, and we could, if they're littering, we just have Justin give them a ticket or a citation. And kind of have all these ideas right now, but no comments from me. No,
Well, it's
a good idea, and I think this is something that the commitment that this governing body has in cleaning its community up.
Well, again, we didn't get it on the computer tonight, but I do have on YouTube a demo of this new version with music and everything. And that's pretty much the way it would be, except it would have also female voices and be more full than that. So anyway, it is there for inspection if you can find it.
And I'll share it with them. I know I don't know if I got the most updated, but I know you had sent me and I think Councilor Casey the short version, but if we can get that, we'll share it with them. But I guess, Mr. Manager, I guess, I know this ain't an agenda item, but maybe if you could sit down with Mr. Turl or with the appropriate staff and see if there is a way for this to get funded. I think it's something we all agree on, that something that we should look into.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add, maybe this is something that maybe through community development and Sunny 505 might, maybe pair with that. I don't know. I'm just thinking that they were on last week. Now we have Mr. Turner here now. So, I mean, it would have been nice to have them together,
And because it has such wide distribution, might we be able to use some lodgers tax money because it promotes people wanting to come to Las Vegas and see what it's really like? Is it really trashy or are they clean? So I think it's a great idea. Yeah. So if we can do that, we can help fund to move this forward.
Manager, you'll work with the appropriate staff to make sure that we do it right, if, appropriately.
Absolutely, Mayor, councilors. I was going to ask if maybe you'd consider writing one about some of the trash on Facebook and trying to keep some of that clean.
Yeah, I complain about that myself now and then. In fact, I resigned from one of the pages where things get a little too negative. I was going to say one other thing. Well, it's my instinct after years of doing a lot of these videos and things that people in Vegas, probably anywhere, but people in Vegas really get into it when you, it may be almost sappy, some of the ideas in this video, but people really like community pride and to feel that and to share that, which is the important part, sending this video to other people they know in other places. And I think it's just a positive thing, the way people respond to things like that, and get them circulating. So I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Tur. Again,
Thank you for your interest in it.
So you'll be hearing from the Mr. Manager or the appropriate staff and see how we move this forward. I appreciate you.
Now I have the tune stuck in my head. I'm going to be singing it all night.
So Councilor Casey will be singing after. Ms. Cassandra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our next presentation by Lucas Marquez, giving an update on code enforcement. He's our Community Development Director.
Good evening.
Good
Mr.
evening, Mayor,
Marquez and
Council,
staff.
Mr. City Manager. Brought my guys here with me tonight, so we could put a face to all the,
And if they don't mind
Topics
coming
they
up,
use.
I know Carlos and
yeah, they're gonna be coming up now.
Rascon are a little shy, but we'll make sure they get up here. Well, good evening, guys.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. And for everybody that doesn't know that, to my left here is, of course, Mr. Justin Marquez. He's been with us for quite a while. He's our supervisor at the Community Development Code Enforcement Division. On the other side of me over here to the right is Mr. Matthew Rascon, one of our officers, and Mr. Carlos Gonzalez over there is also one of our officers. The individuals that are out in the streets trying to keep the neighborhoods as clean as they possibly can. So if we could just have our presentation pop up on the screen, I'll go ahead and I'll give a little bit of explanation, and the guys are going to help me through some of these things because they're really knowledgeable in their areas.
And councilors, if we can, just we'll allow the presentation to take place, and then normally on the presentations I won't allow, but I think this topic is
Sure.
is very important, so I'll allow some
Yeah.
questions. Go ahead. Chief, you'll keep the timer going?
Mayor, Council, so really, what I want to do is just kind of describe the slide. You know, we do have our mission statement up there, but this slide outlines the core mission and strategic approach of the City of Las Vegas Code Enforcement Department. The primary mission is to protect public health and safety by maintaining properties, regulating waste, and upholding community standards. To achieve this, Justin and his crew, they employ a three-part strategy. And this is discussions that we've had constantly. We always try to do warnings first. We focus on voluntary compliance and communication rather than immediate legal action. And that way it gives these guys a chance to get to know the people out there in the community, and we're able to talk with them and kind of educate them. And that's the main thing, is educating them about what goes on in this area. They do the risk mitigation is our second one. Where they proactively identify and remove potential environmental hazards, and Justin has done that numerous times. And vigilance, they maintain a consistent presence in the community to ensure standards are met. And the way we can tell that that's working is by our building permits or our zoning clearances coming in. We've had an uptick in that since they came back over here to community development. It's just begun to rise. People are recognizing that they're out there. So that's the way we work on our first sheet right here. Again, we talked about warning first mentality. So they do try to prioritize compliance. They try to focus on the department's warnings first mentality, which emphasizes proactive communication over immediate legal action. The core approach is to prioritize voluntary compliance and a dialogue between officers and property owners. That we really want to make sure we get that done, where we're able to talk with them every day. And they do the knock and talks. They sit there, they talk with them. They've even assisted them on finding people that would clean their yards for them. The goal is to achieve community standards through education rather than punishment. That's one of the main things, is we don't want to feel like we're coming to these people and punishing them for their yards. A lot of times this is the mentality of our community, that they've had these properties looking like this for decades and family and generations, and it's nothing new to them. So it doesn't seem like it's affecting anybody. But there is new ordinances that Justin and them have to push forward on. So they do minimize punitive measures of fines in that sense. This is our operational volume and action distribution from January to June. They've had 690 total calls for service. They had a significant activity in January with 214 service calls. 113 total citations were issued. Citations, they represent 13.8% of total service calls, reflecting a commitment to the warning first. And I want to make sure that I reiterate this to everybody, that citations doesn't show work for code enforcement. Compliance does. So if we get a minimal amount of citations and we're getting compliance, then we're in the right track. We're doing the right thing. We're on the right track. They have 105 violation notices, which are pink and yellow tags. Those are pretty much like our door hangers and our knock and talks that we get to give to the people and say, this is what you're violating and we need this to be corrected. 72 final notices, those are our red tags. And those red tags have assisted us in abatements that we've really gone over a lot of the numbers.
Just want to say something on that part. So as far as where you see the 72, those ain't our total red tags. Those are just our final notices before abatement. So those are our final notices since January.
So that's really good. That's, in other words, is what he's trying to say. So, but they assist us in these abatements. And there's a time when there's health and safety that comes into play, and we request immediate abatement through our city manager. And if he feels the same way that we do, then we go ahead and act. 33 vehicle stickers. Vehicle stickers are very touchy. We've had a really hard time in trying to redirect that ordinance, and we're going to be working on that myself along with the chief. We'll be looking at how we can correct that because it ties our hands. Once we put a sticker on a vehicle, it ties our hands without question for 10 days. We cannot touch that vehicle anymore. That has to give the property owner enough time to take care of the problem. And if we move it before then we can face litigation, and we don't want to bring the city into that type of thing. So we do have to give the 10 days. And of course, we do have some cease and desist orders out there. The most recent was an illegal business that was cited on South Pacific and Independence. Dealt with an issue there, and I want to thank Fire Chief on his knowledge in a lot of that area that we hadn't discussed there, and also Police Chief Marcus for sending us officers out there as well. These are just pretty much a visualization of the tags. You have our violation notices, our vehicle stickers, our red tag, and our cease and desist. And then
You want to go back to that last slide?
Sure.
So just to kind of like break it down, so the first one you see the violation notice, that's kind of, if there's nobody there, that's kind of our first line of work right there. That's our door tag. That's just letting the community know or the property owner know that your yards, your property is out of compliance with the city, with the code guidelines. Vehicle sticker, obviously there. That's what we post. That's our legal notice for any abandoned and operable vehicles on city easements and roadways and right-of-ways. Our red tag, that's kind of the big one. When you see a red tag on your property, that means that it's a hazard, it's a priority, something needs to get done immediately. That's probably our biggest form of enforcement. I would say the most serious form of enforcement. So that's a red tag is probably something you don't want to see on your property. And then of course the cease and desist is mostly, it's for illegal construction, businesses operating without permits, stuff like that. That's our legal authority to shut them down until they get their proper permits and licensing. Yeah. Thank you.
This slide kind of shows a little bit of what the stuff that they deal with, overgrown vegetation. You could see our tags are on there. They do try to make these knock and talks as best as they can. When they find the property owner, usually the property owners are pretty compliant, and we do have some that get pretty defensive on us, and we got to make sure that we try to give them a little bit of verbal judo and you know, let them speak their piece and let them say what they need to say, their part, and then we try to explain to them what our ordinances are. The main thing that they try to express is that it's not their rules, it's our city ordinances, and there are things that we're looking at to try to modernize as well. So unsanitary premises is huge for us as well in certain areas. We got some areas that really need some work, and we're trying to do our best to get to what we need to get to. And I believe this is the last one. This is our rapid intervention. This is where Justin says, that this is a place that is about to fall down, or it's become a place where vagrants are going in and kicking in doors and staying in there, possibly starting fires. We've had situations where they have gone on to calls and actually have found deceased bodies. So we got to be prepared for what they're going to encounter. Very, very strange areas that they have to deal with sometimes, and this is the type of things that we look around to try to make our neighborhoods a lot safer. Justin, you don't have anything to add on this one?
These ones have been pretty common as of late. We see a lot of dilapidated structures, fences falling over, stuff like that. So we've been really vigilant, especially in the alleyways, is where we find most of these issues, especially when it comes to fencing, stuff like that. But I mean, I can't thank these guys, Officer Gonzalez, Officer Rascon. They're boots on the ground as soon as they get to work. They're ready to work. They're on it all day long, talking to people, walking up and down neighborhoods, placing notices. On a side note, too, right now these guys are working. They've been working really hard on the overgrown vegetation. It's overgrown weed season. So between the calls, the abatements, all the calls for service, they're actively out there trying to get to every neighborhood. I know it's going to be pretty much impossible with what we have, but we're trying our best. We're making our best effort. I can't commend these guys enough. They're out there. They're walking through alleyways. They're talking to everybody they can. They're leaving notices. So they're out there, and I really appreciate these guys, and I really commend them for what they do. They're really hard workers. So I just want to give them their praise.
This week, Mayor and Council, we're out on the west side of town. They've been hitting the areas of like Kavanaugh, Socorro, Valley Street, those areas. They've been hitting that area hard. I believe Justin is going to continue down the road like that. He assigns each one to a different district. They try to stay as close as they can in proximity because these are touchy issues, and sometimes people don't really agree with what our speculation is, and we got to make sure that we keep each other safe when we're out there, obviously. So it's a difficult job. Like I said, they do the knock and talks. They do have a lot of compliance, but we also have a few individuals that feel that we don't have no business in their area. So again, they're on the west side. We'll be moving on closer to the other side of town here pretty soon. I know the weed season's here, so me and Justin have already sat and talked with the guys, and that's where we're coming at now is we're gonna get on the radio. We're gonna make sure we get our point across with with Amanda to get those PSAs out there of course, with the guidance of the city manager to go ahead and make sure that we get those weeds and other things under control before the summer gets here. We got the 4th of July coming on. The main visualization for us right now is to try to hit every corridor that leads into the Plaza Park. So you'll see this on Hot Springs. You'll see us on South Pacific. You'll see us in the Bridge Street area. You'll see us in those areas that we're going to be trying to get to so we can make sure that we have properties in order for when we have all these visitors, the 14,000 plus that come to these fiestas, that they're seeing the better side of Las Vegas and the community pride that we instill.
That's 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add some comments if I could. We realize and recognize that there's always room for growth and improvement. And I just wanted to note, when you look at ordinances, when you look at the fire code, when you look at the building code and permits, animal control, our community service aides and the police department work, all of those interface with one another on a continuous and regular basis, and we need to do a better job of linking all of those various aspects in a coordinated manner. And so this team has been committed to doing the work that they're doing, but it takes all of the city, including the police department, including the fire department, including building permits and code, and also the integration of animal control as we navigate compliance and information and actual good, successful outcomes for the city and for primarily the citizens of the city of Las Vegas. And so I want to give Chief Caleb an opportunity to talk about a couple of those pieces, because we're doing this work and we're in the discovery mode, right? And so we're making sure that we're communicating first, but then starting to better understand the ordinances, better make sure that we're citing into the appropriate ordinances, and most importantly, as it relates to anything code-related and legal, that we have the connection to the judge that helps us close the loop. And so all of those facets are in progress. There has been a pattern within the city over decades of transferring code enforcement from one department to another, then back to community development. And so what we're working together as a team to do is begin to work together to get our hands around the whole context of what the needs are, and then how collectively we work together to work through an interface that's more successful across those various departments. So I'm going to start with you, Chief Caleb, and then I'd also like Chief Span to make some comments, because we're all sitting around the same table trying to help navigate the challenges that these gentlemen deal with on a daily basis.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mayor Council. Yes, so we've been meeting every Monday since the beginning of May to try to coordinate to see what's going to best fit the enforcement for animal control, code enforcement, fire code, and us all incorporated into one, whether that's revamping ordinances that may not be covered by certain codes, which courts we're going to cite into for certain violations, and how to proceed forward collectively working as a group. And we have accomplished certain small goals in the meantime, as far as even commissioning code enforcement to have citation authority on certain portions of property for vehicles, and also committing manpower with our community service aides and animal control to assist alongside with code enforcement in the meantime. There's a lot of different codes and ordinances and regulations to follow, so it's just gonna be finding the right way to incorporate all of them together.
It's working this time. Yes, sir. Like Chief Caleb said, we have been meeting every Monday on this. We're working with them because we're in the process of actually moving the fire code to 2021, which would move the city also with the building code and existing building code of that to give these guys more power and authority as well. So we're working with city manager and them to get there, and we worked great with code enforcement for years, so.
Yeah, I bugged you a lot over years.
Also, Mayor and Council, and Chief Span and Chief Marcus, I do thank them because they have been sharing a lot of their expertise with us in this issue now that we're facing. Again, like the way the city manager said, we feel that there's a lot of ways that we can all intertwine with our ordinances. Right now, we have, and like the way Chief Marcus said, we have a lot of ordinances that these guys have to follow, so it's hard for them to sit down and be able to memorize them, even though Justin has about 90% of the book memorized. I usually call him and I'll tell him what sections this at, and he'll just say, I think if you look in this section, you'll find it, and it's there. So he knows what he's talking about. The thing about it with our ordinances, and I feel this, and we've discussed this as well, our ordinances are antiquated. And we've been moving forward, and I want to thank the clerk, Cassandra Frescas, in assisting us and getting in touch with our attorneys to make sure that we're doing the right method of updating our ordinances, and still have to sit down with city manager and a couple of them that we want to really look at differently. Am I correct, Mr. City Manager? And, again, I really thank the chiefs for their support and the city manager for his support as we're moving forward with this stuff. I think code enforcement has a good chance of getting a lot further this summer, and they're in the areas that they weren't typically at before, and that's one thing I can say. We're in the areas where we typically wouldn't go into before. These guys are poking their heads in there. We remove cars from a certain street. If we remove 2 cars, 4 more cars are there the next day. So it's kind of like, it's cutting off a snake's head, and they grow back 2 more heads. So we're going to continue doing that until we get to 0 heads, hopefully, and then see what happens. Again, appreciate that. And then there's times that we do have to respect our law enforcement, because they might have something going on in that area that we need to stay away from. So. But we'll stand for any questions, Mr. Mayor and councilors. We appreciate you guys.
Councilman Ulibarri.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, Council. We have a problem. Code enforcement, thank you for all the work you do. Maybe you're short-handed, I'm not sure. But city yards, stop signs, weeds. I live on Ward 1. I almost go through part of the streets day in and day out. You guys doing a good job, but we need to step it up. There's a lot of work to be done, and it's hard. It's very hard. It's hard for me because I try and take care of my part. But you guys are law enforcement. You guys have the red tags, and I don't see too much of the who's getting tagged, who's not getting tagged. I can have my city manager go with me and my mayor, and I can show him what I'm talking about. That's only my ward. I just want to thank you guys for the hard work you're doing, and it just takes a lot of work. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for recognizing the shorthandedness, sir. We appreciate that. With the direction of my city manager, we have opened up 2 more positions. and we're in discussion and see how we could go ahead and get those positions filled quickly. I know that the community is responding to it real good, so we're gonna check to see how much applicants we might have with our HR, Consuelo, and make sure that we have some people there, and she'll give us the best candidates possible, and I know that for sure. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. I just, you need to know that I do respect the work you guys do out there in the field. It's not an easy job to tell somebody to clean their yard when it's been abandoned for years. And, but it's all our job too, to play a role in making sure that, we inform, of course, Director Mr. Marcus, and we're part of that same solution. We want to make sure that we're out there in the field when we go out there to visit sites, that we recognize bad areas, that we bring it to his attention, and then, of course, work gets, completed and done. One of the big questions that you actually answered was a question that I had. The annual inspections that are produced for fire department, are those annual inspections working, tying together with code enforcement and their needs? And, of course, I think that's something that you're putting together at current, which is a good thing, because if fire goes out there and does an inspection for a new business or home, whatever it might be, I guess it would be more like a business, for example. If it's all trashed out, that needs to be raised right away so that can be taken care of, and maybe even that license be held back until it is taken care of. It's our responsibility, our community, to make sure that we keep our community clean. If everybody took care of their own yard, it would be great. But there's bigger issues. There's abatement issues. There's homes that are abandoned, and we all recognize that all of our wards have the same issues. There's none that are different from the other. Might be a new part of town with bad issues. It might be an old part of town with the same issues. So I recognize your work. I appreciate it. This council is making sure that we are providing the resources, the funding that's necessary, to make sure that you guys have, the financial support to add people to your to that employment area, because it's important that we take care of those issues in a positive way. We're also making sure that hopefully we can increase the abatement fund so that we can get more of that taken care of in our community. So we're here to support. I know that a lot of times we have issues trying to communicate maybe, and we might hear the same stories, whether it be myself, Councilman Yulburi, anybody of us here. We do care about our community, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting up here. So, but you guys are doing the work out there in the field, so we appreciate that very much. I commend you guys for your work and hard work. Any way that we can be a resource for you guys moving forward, I just want to make sure that we do. And we need to hear from you too. So I appreciate you bringing them on today and having that presentation. Thank you very much.
Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank both the Director of Community Development and the crew, because you do an amazing job. And I know that a lot of people complain all the time saying, oh, so-and-so's yard is a mess and code enforcement doesn't do anything. And I try to explain to people that there's only 3 of you, and we have a lot of properties that really need work, and you can't do everything in one day. Also, I think a lot of people do not bother to even know that there is an ordinance that we need to keep our properties clean. And the whole process for code enforcement takes time. You have to give people time to move their cars, 10 days. And sometimes people forget, or they get busy, or they get sick, and they can't move that car. It takes another 10 days. People don't understand the process. And I think that we, as counselors, need to help people understand the work that you do, and that there's only 3 of you. And once you say that, they say, well, you need to hire more people. Yeah, we do. We know that. It's just trying to get those people hired. So, but I want to thank you for the work that you do. It's not an easy job. I would not want to be in your job because it's difficult to deal with people who get angry because you red tag their property or you told them, we're going to have to do something drastic here if you don't, do something to fix your yard and get it cleaned up. So I commend you for taking that on, and I appreciate everything that you do. And I do my best to explain to people that there is a process, and the process takes time. So they can't report something and want it cleaned up like the next day. So just thank you again for your patience and for your willingness to serve the community in an extremely difficult job. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
I just want to have a few questions first. Are you guys wearing lapels?
No, not currently.
Not yet. Is that something that's been looked into yet?
We've been looking into it. As a matter of fact, Chief tried to help us out. The cost is exorbitant, though. It's a huge amount. Something that I'm going to sit with the city manager and chief, both chiefs actually, and discuss. I know there's a different route that we could take that would be a little less expensive. I just want to make sure the effectiveness is going to be there for them because I do want these guys to have some form of protection. They're out there with there are ordinances and their citation books, and it's a rough situation for them. They're put in rough situations.
And the reason why I asked that, number one, just a public safety issue, is that I know many times we get, calls or one side of the story, and it's completely different once a lapel is viewed. So I just wanted to, if we could kind of keep that on the radar. But I did want to also acknowledge, I know Mr. Manager, myself, and in June, just recently, last week, went to a county commission meeting, and Mr. Justin Dimas, their planning and zoning individual, was speaking to the commission, and he brought up something that I know that I'll get to, but he talked about documentation and encouraged the council to document anything, so that way any complaint is documented, so that way there's a paper trail. And I'm going into now documentation. I know that's something that we've been talking about, and I saw the list of notices, and I don't know if we could pull that slideshow with notices. And the question that I have is, how are we documenting? Because I believe we're shorthanded, but I also think we need a data person, because these individuals can be out in the field, and I'm just curious how we're tracking the data from the first notice, if we can get the notice up from the warning all the way till the end, and how are we following through? Because I think, in my perspective, sometimes I think we miss, some of the times unless it comes to our view. If we could kind of touch up on that and how.
So with our door tags, our violation notices, we actually have a tear off tab on them, so we could put the address, the date, the violation, and when we're planning on following up. So we have a pretty good record of that. We keep all of the rest of our files. Our red tags, we have an online storage for them in numerical order by property number. So everything, every citation we issue, every red tag we post, every cease and desist we post, any vehicle sticker we post, everything's documented. My officers take tons of pictures of everything. Their reports are immaculate. Everything's in those online files. So we do have a file system for everything that if anybody needs any type of information or evidence, and we store everything. We have everything. We have a pretty good file system. We have a pretty good calendar system. These guys are on point with every call. They know exactly what follow-up they need to do, what day, what time, everything. And my officers are so good at their jobs. I mean, I can't compliment them enough. They're so good with the public, with the property owners, that whenever we have to conduct a follow-up, they'll let them know, hey, we're going to be back on the same day next week at 11 o'clock a.m. So make sure somebody's here, you're here, because we're going to be back. So we have a pretty good formula for all of that. We have a pretty decent, pretty good filing system for all of that. I don't know if any of my Officer Ascon or Gonzalez have anything to add to that, or.
So are we not using, and I think one of the priorities was in that Novo system was going to be Codem, are we?
So just to follow up on that, yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, thank you to Adele and to city manager. We do have the Novo Solutions now, and they're utilizing Novo Solutions and entering their cases into the Novo Solutions. That'll help us keep a track record of problem properties. And that's what we're trying to make sure that we look at. If we're coming back to the same house for the same issue every 3 weeks, 4 weeks, then now Justin knows what route he has to take to go a little bit more severe. And that's where we end the whole compliance thing and we start going into the legal realms. And I'd be doing a dishonor, a disservice if I wouldn't mention how much backing we have from our honorable Judge Trujillo. He does give us a lot of advice and he assists us in issues that we run into brick walls on. But Justin and the boys, they're using the Novo Solutions and they're gonna continue using the Novo Solutions to kind of keep our heads in the game.
So with that, Mr. Manager, if myself or let's say Councilman Ulibarri or Councilman Martinez or Councilor Casey, we've been from certain individuals about certain problem, because I do agree that we have to hit up some of our ordinances on repeat offenders. But if we wanted to go in there right now, some of the issues that I know that have been brought up in the past, those would be in there and we would know they're at their 10-day or I'm just trying to figure a tracking because I wish, I know sometimes they say you guys should be in our shoes, but you guys could also, could be in our shoes also when we get calls. I know on Chavez Street, generator, every time it's turned on, it seems like I get 4 or 5 different calls. You know what I mean? So I'm just, at what point, so I can say, hey, this is where we're at. It's gonna be pulled off or something's gonna happen by tomorrow. I guess that's where we need to get to that point, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council and the public, I want to back up and make a comment first. Relative to the 2 additional positions that you noted, we're advancing those because we got the support and the resources from mayor and council to do that. So I wanted to say that on the record, credit to the mayor and council for that support and those additional dollars. Tied to your specific question, we're absolutely on the same page, Mayor. Adele Ludi, Jimmy Sice, and the Novo Solutions team have been working incrementally with primary departments that take in the highest volume of concerns and issues raised by the public. Code enforcement, public works, animal control, and there's one other, Adele, am I missing one, or are those 3 primary?
Those are the 3.
Those are the 3 primary that Adele and her team, Jimmy and Novo Solutions, have been working with the code enforcement team on populating and building those mechanisms and forms that we will utilize to be able to kickstart the system now at the beginning of the fiscal year. So we're actually to the point now where we're ready to pull the trigger and start the program for Novo Solutions. And that integration has already started with those departments that I noted. So shortly thereafter, you will be in a position as mayor and council to be able to go in specifically and look at those particular items and areas that you've raised on a specific street for pothole repair, for nuisance abatements, for car removal. All of those things will be populated and tracked. And so we're gonna build it out department by department throughout the whole city, but it is a process to go through each department. So we started with those highest use departments, and I've been in coordination and communication today, as a matter of fact, follow up with our communications folks with Amanda and Elena and our teams internally, Adele, to make sure that as we roll it out, we do so in a systematic way so that it's a useful tool for you and it's a useful tool for the public. The essence of the system is a comprehensive work order ticketing system that will help us track many data sets across many requests. And so I say that with one of my former professors, Dr. Spencer, in the room, that if we don't have sound data sets, then we can effectuate good budgeting, good skills management, good project management, good delivery of services to the citizens. So the Novo Solutions software is at the core of making sure that we have the appropriate data sets, and that we're implementing it and using it. So it's a functional tool for you to look at, but also for the public to be able to navigate when the public makes requests for repairs on roads, nuisance abatement, or other concerns that arise.
And the reason why I bring that up on documentation and data is just, hearing from the county's planning and zoning individual on documentation, even encouraging, the commission to say, if you guys have concerns, put it in documentation, document it. And I was just, I think sometimes we just didn't get make a call, but we need to make sure that that's documented. And the way I was able to, talk to them after, and it's because at the end, any documentation that you get is gonna be better when you go to court. So I just wanna make sure, and I know we've been using Google Drive for a while, but Google Drive, I know it's not populating the 10 days, is it populating the 10-day, after the Google Drive will populate that?
No, I was just agreeing with you, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
okay. So I guess that's where I'm at is, after the notice is given in 10 days, do we get something pops up, says, okay, today's the 10th day? Because these guys are so overwhelmed, as we mentioned, right? I totally agree with that. But that 10-day might slip, and maybe on the 13th day, we get a call and say, hey, it's been 10 days, there hasn't been nothing, and then it takes, that's where I'm trying to get, is more automated is what we need, more automation and more help in that area. And that's why I say a data person on top of the guys in the field. Maybe we need a data person that's just inputting all the.
Mr. Mayor, we're actually in discussions with something like that already, me and the city manager and Consuelo. We've been actually working on a job description, so, we'll once with his direction, we'll approach and see what the council.
Thank you, so you guys are on it then, so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilman?
Mr. Manager, I know code enforcement is a real tough job because we have between 12 and 14 residents around town. But there's a problem. And the thing is that you guys have the range to do it, to take care of it. I've seen red tags torn apart. You throw them on the side. I check them out, they're 2 years thrown. And by tracking that, Mr. Marquez, by tracking that, you track it, or Mr. City Manager tracks it. We got residents that don't care. We've got residents that do care. And it's hard. We see it day in and day out. But you know what it is? You gotta care about this beautiful city. I love it. I love this city. And I take care as much as I can. But I'm not gonna be there every day. I'll go through the same street somewhere every day and there's something done and something that's not done.
Yes, sir.
I say, sometimes I'm gonna have to take my city manager and my mayor to go over my Ward 1, and I could go over a whole city and just track everything, some of it down. And I say you guys do a good job, but we might be lacking a little bit of maybe more code enforcement people to take a look at that.
Yep. Mayor,
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, Council, yes, definitely, and we do recognize that as well, but with the benefit of the abatement fund that we had, we were able to come at some of these residents that had been red tagged for 2 years previously, and we were able to knock down a lot of houses that were dangerous to the community. So we have spoken with the city manager and Mr. Morris. We're gonna see if we can up that budget eventually. Right now, we do have a lot of money in there that we can use. Well, right now not, we've expended it really pretty much. We've bought in the proper fencing that's needed. We've knocked down the houses and of course paid the individuals that have done it for us. So, we recognize that there's some issues, and we're out there diligently every day, facing the biggest challenge there is. There's 3 guys to 1,300 homes. So there are 13,000 homes, and they're doing their best to get this in order.
Mr. Marcus, it would be nice for me and the rest of the council to have a tracking, some kind of tracking to see what my code enforcement's working on the Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, because it's just things that we see.
Yes, sir, Mr. Council.
And sometimes we do get a piece of paper and say we let code enforcement do this, do that, but we don't see what areas they're working on. because we see it. They might see it in a different way. They have their hands tied with a lot of things that they do. And it's a tough job. And we're there to take care as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Mr. Manager?
I just want to give the chief a chance to comment. Lapel cameras are an essential tool for code enforcement. We had them before and we need to get them back. And so we're working with the municipal league to help with that. Chief, did you want to make any comments?
So currently, we do get reimbursed through the municipal league, our insurance providers for body worn cameras. We did reach out to see if code enforcement would fall within that parameter of being able to be covered. Unfortunately, because they don't fall under the police department, they're not. But what we did do is we had some equipment that's still in good shape that we utilized at the police department prior to our new body worn cameras. And we're going to be in talks with Axon to see if we can gain some sort of account for community development to utilize body worn cameras. They do reduce the number of complaints. They do assist with documentation. They're an awesome tool to have in the field. So moving forward with code enforcement, I think that's one of the biggest tools they'll have out in the field as well.
And it does calm down the person as they come on, they see that they're being videotaped, that the situation kind of quells.
And it also covers these guys, because
It
I
does.
know,
It
I know
covers the guys.
in PD and fire, we've had accusations in the past, and when the video and lapel is played, it's complete different tone, so, yeah. Councilors, anything else?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make one more comment. The city also owns quite a few properties that, that we have to maintain, weeds and so forth. A lot of times what happens is the general public thinks, well, the city's not taking care of their property, why should I take care of mine? We need to act on that as well, not necessarily give ourselves a citation, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, we need those reported so that we can address them, so we can do a better job with our own properties that we have.
Sir, we usually give Mr. Lopez a little friendly nudge, and he gets his crew out there to get it done for us. So I appreciate Mr. Arnold as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Marquez.
Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager, thank you, guys.
And I just want to acknowledge former Councilman Mike Montoya just walked in. So, welcome. All right, Ms. Cassandra.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our business items. Our first item is conduct a public hearing and request approval to adopt ordinance number 2602, authorizing the City of Las Vegas to enter into a loan agreement with the New Mexico Environment Department for the purpose of making major improvements to the solid waste department.
With that, I'll entertain a motion to enter a public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we enter public hearing.
A motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Councilor Olivari? Yes. Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Casey? Yes. Have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. I'll go ahead and swear those that will be speaking in. You can please stand.
Mr. Morris Madrid as well stand also.
Sure. Raise your right hand. Under the penalties of perjury, do you swear that your testimony this evening is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Ms. Cassandra, for the record, do we have anybody here for the public hearing specifically? No?
Three that were sworn in.
Mr. Marquez?
Mayor and Council,
Mr. Adamir?
good evening, Mayor and Council. I have my solid waste systems manager with me today, Gilbert Jaramillo. We've been working strategically in doing some improvements at the solid waste facility. As you guys have seen, there has been a lot of improvements on what we've been able to do within internal use. We have been contacted by New Mexico Environmental Department, who actually showed up and did an audit at our facility. They were very impressed on how the facility had looked and wanted to follow up on a follow-up meeting with us shortly afterwards. As we did have the follow-up meeting, we got into discussion, and they gave an opportunity for us on a grant to apply for, which we did apply for. A lot of pressure was put on us that same very day as we were discussing They did tell us, you know what, you're on a time frame. If you can put in your application within 30 minutes, we will review and move forward on accepting. We were able to do that and accommodate the needs. It did get accepted. We got called about a week later and relevance of other questions that they had. We answered those questions. We got called back 2 weeks later again, and they approved us for $413,000 granted, and then 1.237 million on the loan. Now, that's what we're bringing to the table moving forward, so that way we could continue with this project to not only benefit the city of Las Vegas, but the transfer station as a whole, and being able to accommodate and move forward with doing the expansion. Now, when we talk about the expansion, there is a picture in Mr. Gilbert Jaramillo's office dating back to 1996 with the way the transfer station was supposed to look. Now, I know in the years past, this has come forward. I don't know what's taking place as far as it moving forward and getting this accomplished and done, but we're being able to bring this forward right now with, again, strategic thinking, a lot of hard work, a lot of determination, but I'm hoping we can all stand together here and make this happen as part of a history moment moving forward for the solid waste division and for the city of Las Vegas, along with our community members moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. I just want to acknowledge, your work, and I think sometimes in government, what goes unrecognized is the networking and the relationship building that happens, and I think once you've come in, you've done that with the New Mexico Environment Department, also with the gas department that you've come into, so that's made a big difference. I know, as you mentioned, this has been plans for many years, but it takes, you could apply for all the grants you want, but if you don't build those relationships and those networks, when you apply, they put a face to the grant, and I think that's what we're doing here at the City of Las Vegas, and that's why you start to see more funding come in, is we're making sure we're putting a face to the City of Las Vegas and not just a name. So thank you again, and again, even the reputation, where now they're seeking, hey, this grant is coming available. I know they do that with Mr. Archuleta and other departments now. That's happening more often. So again, just kudos to the leadership that we've built here at the city, and money's starting to funnel in. And I guess the only question I have, Mr. Madrid, forecasting based on the loan, we're good for the future based off of your predictions.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Mr. Marquez has handled this exactly the way we should in the future. He's been proactive involving finance from the very first day that we were informed that we could get this money. We're already on a first name basis with the people in Santa Fe and have been working with them directly from the wording of the ordinance to the financial planning. And he's doing it exactly the way it should be done. Yes, we have the resources, and yes, we can make these commitments.
Thank you. With that, any other questions? Seeing no questions, then a motion to return to regular session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we return to regular session.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the adoption of ordinance number 2602, authorizing the City of Las Vegas to enter into a loan agreement with the New Mexico Environment Department for the purpose of making major improvements to the solid waste department.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez, Mr. Jaramillo, and everybody that has participated in this. Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, before these gentlemen leave, I want to state that on my manager's report, I noted a $20,000 award that Mr. Marquez and his team were able to help garner for the city. That's what I'll call carryover work, right? The NMED recognized his abilities and the skill sets and his presence, and then they turned him to another funding opportunity, of which we're going to continue to low and expand on that application. So definite benefits of maintaining communication, not just initiating it. And so credit and kudos to them and the collective around the table June does it with the senior programs, the chief does it within public safety and PD, water and then wastewater within the water department, and it goes on and on and on. It's creating the relationship, building upon it, and then getting those resources in the door. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, I wanted to thank David, from me on behalf of the solid waste, team. Thank you for all the support that you bring to solid waste, and, it's nice to be working together and moving forward on all these projects. And, Robert, thank you for assisting us on, the grants and stuff. Robert's helped us out a lot, and just wanted to thank them.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you to the solid waste team as well. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert Jaramillo. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. And he meant Mr. Robert Archuleta for the grant, right? Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on, conduct a public hearing and request approval of ordinance number 2604, granting an amendment to the City of Las Vegas official zoning map from an R1 single-family residential zone to an R2 multifamily residential zone for property located at 2121 7th Street, Las Vegas, New Mexico, as requested by Eugene Rudolph, the owner.
At this time, I'll ask for a motion to enter into public hearing.
Mayor,
Mr. Councilor Martinez.
I'll go ahead and move to enter into a public hearing for the ordinance 2604 as read into the
Second, Mr.
agenda.
Motion by Councilor Martinez, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Those of you who will be speaking will stand, raise your right hand. Under the penalties of perjury, do you swear to tell that your testimony this evening is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Marquez.
Good evening,
Mr.
Mayor,
Rudolph.
Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So this item was discussed at the last planning and zoning meeting. They did recommend full approval. And we'll stand for any hearing, any questions if you guys like.
Council, any questions?
I drove by to look at the house and realized that I drive by it all the time. It's like, oh, okay.
Seeing no questions. Mr. Rudolph, did you want to say a few words just on the record?
Well, just, I'd like to thank you for having me here today to look at this item, this agenda. Really just trying to get it lined up with what it's been, I think, since my grandfather built it. And, it's always good to be home. It's really driving in with my little boys, and telling them the story of Starvation Peak, like my dad used to say. It's really good to be home. And then from getting to sit through this city council meeting, I have to say, I feel really good about the energy that's going in this city, man. It's really, I have to say, man, you got a lot of really good people here, moving and shaking, a lot of good things, I think, what I'm seeing. So thank you for having me, and yeah.
Thank you, and welcome back. So with that, motion to return to regular session.
Mayor,
Councilor Martinez.
I'll go ahead and move to return to regular council meeting.
Motion by Councilman Martinez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I
Martinez.
will move to request approval of ordinance 2604 granting amendment to the City of Las Vegas official zoning map from an R1 single-family residential zone to an R2 multifamily residential zone.
Motion by Councilor Martinez, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say it's good to see Mr. Rudolph. It's been many years. I've known him for many years, and his family. But good to see good businessmen continuing to do good business here in the city. Good seeing you, Mr. Rudolph.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our next item, presentation by Seeds of Wisdom LLC and adoption of the Las Vegas, New Mexico Urban Forestry Management Plan. We have our Community Development Director, Mr. Lucas Marquez.
Mr. Marquez. And I don't know if, I know we have a few members of the tree board.
Mayor and council, I wanted to do that if that's possible. I want to recognize the tree board. They're here in the audience tonight. You know, yeah, come on, please. Sure, of course. I'm sorry. There's the microphones and they're both on. You guys. Just want to recognize the members of the tree board. You know, I work with a lot of committees and a lot of boards in my position. And this I've gotten a chance to really get to know this board and the committees, and they show out. They support each other with their decisions, and you know they really get you into what they're talking about. And I'm getting informed a lot about trees. I never knew certain names about certain trees, but they'll teach you some good things out there. So we did hear about the urban forestry management plan back in October. So, you know, we've already gone through this. We did get our ordinance up and running, so we already have an ordinance for that. And this will just go ahead and complete and go into that ordinance as well. But I do want to let Athena talk a little bit. Do you have a microphone that's on there, Miss Athena? I don't know if you want this one or if you like that one.
Welcome, Miss Athena.
And then you just push the arrows to the side. Switch over.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and councilors and city staff and members of the community who've come out today. I'm Athena Bashir of Seeds of Wisdom, and I'm joined here with Kristen Sanders of the State of New Mexico Urban Forestry, and also Matthew Ellis, who was the creative director for the project. And I just want to thank Community Development Director Marquez for all of his involvement in this project, and City Clerk Fresquez for all her help and organization, and also the Tree Board Chair, John Spencer, as well as all the Tree Board members who are here today and the ones who are not, because they really made a big difference in this project. And so here we are with the completed plan, and we are offering it up to you all for consideration of acceptance and adoption. And the following slides are a snapshot of the plan. You all received an electric copy, and thank you so much for taking the time to review it in its entirety. And I appreciate also the dedicated legal team who edited and verified and update the ordinances. And thank you for adopting those. So this plan was guided by community requests and involvement and references experiences of the community. And so it's a reflection of the future vision that the community has, that the urban landscape connects with the native surrounding environment, and that's a reflection of the fortitude of the community, and that mature stately trees go alongside the historic architecture, and these offer services, but we guide rainfall to help them grow in the shared livability and identity of the city, as well as for animals and native plants. This document is not meant to live on a shelf. It represents what people want, but it provides simple actions that, although small, collectively combined, they make a great difference to Las Vegas. It is meant to be continually used as a playbook filled with active solutions and best management practices for improving the health of the urban forest. It aligns with the state of New Mexico's 2020 Forest Action Plan, and we reference this alignment throughout the document with this reference icon. And strategy number 7 for urban forests and communities has been especially highlighted. The contents are divided into 3 main chapters. The background is fire, as the plan was created in response to the horrifying tragedy of the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire. It is the heart and the binding strength of the community that has set forth the goals for the future, and it is through hope that these goals can be strategized with practical solutions. A major goal for the document is that it is useful and that it offers insight to empower the community. Beautiful and simple illustrations, such as this one for designing landscapes within the urban wildlife interface, can even help our children understand the concepts of creating fire breaks. The community identified areas of flooding illustrated on this map. And now that the Gallinas River floodplain within Las Vegas has expanded by 61 acres, by including resident knowledge into the plan, solutions can be geolocated for best success. The benefits of trees, of course, are detailed. And we updated the current tree inventory and analyzed the data. Here we see locations of the 2,300 trees in the inventory. The map is publicly available through a browser, available thanks to State Forestry, so that anyone can see the name of the tree under which they're sitting in a park or while they're walking along a street. The tree survey does recognize that there is a lack of diversity among and of both species and age in the composition of our current trees, and their health is beginning to decline. So by continually planting trees and using a diversity of species, we can increase the resiliency against pests and pathogens. Some of the features of the plan can be standalones as single documents. An example of this is the map of parks. We hope that this map will encourage residents and visitors to explore the park system, possibly via connecting existing and possible future trails. We have outlined a few conceptual links within city properties for new connections between outdoor community places. The document offers insight into the strengths and challenges of each park, and one beautiful and rare feature that I'd like to highlight is in Rodriguez Park, and where there's a southern wetland, which could be managed for additional stormwater protection to the adjacent neighborhood. We offer conceptual landscape designs highlighted with stormwater as a resource for growing trees. And for a few of these parks, these are actual conceptual landscape designs. Keys here runs along Mills, which experiences significant flooding. It is also on the tributary to the Pecos Arroyo, and as such, it's uniquely sited for absorption, tree growth, and refilling the underground water table. Hanna Park is another example, north of town, that could collect rainfall as it goes down Legion to be incorporated into irrigation systems that would be specifically designed for tree watering. South Pacific offers incredible opportunity to guide stormwater to create a shaded neighborhood recreation area for students going to the nearby schools. Tree locations of these are also geolocated, and as such, the designs can be immediately available to, for parks to implement if funding and when funding becomes available. Many of the parks, the recommendations are directly from Parks Division Director Jeff Rudolph's 2024 park audit. Community quotes are also featured throughout the plan that express requests from Las Vegans of their favorite parks. This is an aerial survey that shows that our canopy is currently at 14.4%, which is actually really good for a southwestern town. And this map also illustrates impervious surfaces illustrated in light blue. And the reason for that is because it can be a directing tool to harness stormwater. Just as an example, with 0.1 inch of rainfall, we could collect over 3 million gallons of stormwater to guide towards plants. We have outlined the goals and strategies for the plan to be useful for the next 25 years. These are here illustrated and then detailed in a year-by-year guide. This is not meant to be a fixed, rigid plan, but rather a guide to offer specific and measurable tasks that help fuel related topics. There's opportunities for job creation and staff training within the city and Parks Division. A strategy that's become accepted in the urban forestry network is the concept of the 330-300 rule, which incorporates health outcomes living near trees. We have taken this concept and illustrated it beautifully to provide simple messaging. Everyone should see 3 trees from their home. Every neighborhood should aim to have 30% canopy cover, and each home should be a 300-yard walk to green space. And this is an attainable goal in Las Vegas as long as we plan ahead and continue to plant trees and irrigate them. One way to ensure that the trees survive is to plant the right tree in the right place. And so we have outlined and created a recommended tree list specific for Las Vegas. And it includes features of selecting the best tree for that. In order to make a quick use of this plan, we've also provided top lists for a variety of topics. These short lists can be quickly referenced to help make decisions based on the constraint of a particular site. Oops. The best management practices are standards of excellence for projects, and we offer several, including how to structurally prune a tree, and as well as how to guide stormwater into rain gardens, which are a beautiful best management practice that can passively direct stormwater for the growth of trees. This chapter contains illustrations, text outlining installation procedures with options, as well as photographs of installations, some of which we have designed and installed ourselves, such as the EPA award-winning Lagunita. Utilizing community data verified during recent rainstorm events, we offer compelling geolocated guidance for the top rain gardens. So here are just a few, and there's a few more pages of these. Construction details include several drawings of sediment traps, a necessary addition to capture debris, microplastics, and pollution off the road. Rain gardens, in conjunction with sediment traps, clean and slow stormwater so that it is purified before it reaches our waterways. The magnificence of Las Vegas is rooted in its historic architecture, but it comes alive in the generational connection people have to this place we call home. We hope that this plan can help families grow here and that children enjoy growing up here as much as their parents did. Inspiration drives innovation, such as this example of harvesting around playgrounds, where the water is actually brought into systems below the ground and used for watering trees. This offers insight into creating our own beautiful and enjoyable recreational facilities. A major component, of course, of this project has been working alongside the tree board, city staff, legal staff, and public to revise the tree ordinances, which now include green stormwater infrastructure. This updated and adopted ordinance is featured in the chapter of hope because it offers community-sourced policy to support the planting and growth of our urban forests so it can reach maturity and offer shade to future generations. This is a milestone achievement for the city. If this plan is accepted and adopted, we ask signature of mayor and city clerk onto 5 copies of the plan for the State of New Mexico Forestry Division for their coordination, dedication, directional advisement, and funding of this project. Thank you, Mayor Ramiro, councilors, staff, community members for supporting the creation of this urban forestry management plan. We have been truly honored and grateful to have had an opportunity to work with you to protect and grow the canopy of Las Vegas.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilman Olivari.
Thank you, Mr. Manager Lucas. I live right behind Rodriguez Park. I seen that thing grow since I was 10 years old. It's a beautiful park. We're doing a lot of work to it. A lot of work. It's one of the, I think it's going to be one of our main attractions for our city of Las Vegas. It's natural. It's all natural. The only thing I can see is maybe go out there and if you have the power or the city manager can have people go out there and trim some of those trees that are on the side just to keep it a little more visible, pretty. It's a beautiful park. Real, very, very, very. People are going to start using that park a lot. I just want to thank the staff, city manager, and the council for working on that park. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Sanders, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I grew up in Las Vegas in the 80s and 90s when we had a lot more trees and green lawns, and my grandpa would let the sprinkler run all day and no one cared. And that was a different time. And now we have to care for our trees and our green spaces differently. And I'm really excited to present this plan as a tool and a guide for moving forward in a way that we can sustainably care for our urban canopy and keep Las Vegas green. And I've got I've brought five copies to be signed by all of you. Here it is. It's really beautiful. It's really beautiful, and it brings to life all the things that Athena has presented over the years. We've been working on this for 2 years since Dr. Spencer and I asked for your approval to move forward with making this. So it's a great pleasure to give it to the city. Thank you.
Councilor Casey.
Thank you. It took me all weekend to go through this, but I found so many things in here that I just absolutely just impressed me, and I even got emotional about some of them because it brought back memories of my grandfather taking care of the one tree that they had in front of their house. And he treasured that tree, and we couldn't touch it, we couldn't do anything to it, we just had to sit under it and enjoy it. But I do want to mention that this management plan has a lot of wonderful ideas that the general public can use in on their own properties. And I especially liked management practices like the rain gardens, along the stream where the waters come in on, the water corridors or whatever they're called. I think that that's wonderful. I also am going to be making, or my husband is going to be making a lot of use of the mulching guide. I think that that's a lot, because I think some people mistake mulching with composting. And it's a completely different thing. And so I think that that is going to really be beneficial to people who want to, know the difference so that they do it correctly. And I really like that. And of course, my favorite, which I mentioned before when you were here before, the 330 and 300 rule, because we have, I don't know, about 5 trees in our property. And we did have a property cleaning company come in to clean our front yard. And we did have a tree a pinon tree that had died. And my husband specifically said where the tree was. And instead, the company chopped down 2 other trees that nearly made me faint. I got home and I'm like, where are the trees? And when I talked to the people that were working in the yard, they said, oh, we thought these were the ones that you didn't want. I was like, that was a very sad day for me. But anyway, the 330 and the 300 rule I think is great. At least 3 trees right there. a 30% canopy in every neighborhood, and then 300 yards from the nearest park or green space. And I am blessed to live close to Veterans Park, and other parks are close by, Carnegie, that I can enjoy. And so I want to thank you for, this is a tremendous amount of work that you have put together. And I think it's not only good for the city to have this information, but for people in general, because it has so much wonderful information about how things function, what we should do to keep our trees and beautiful canopies alive and thriving, so that people can enjoy them and benefit from them also. So thank you so much for this wonderful work. I appreciate it greatly. And this is going to be a part of our reading material at home. And I've marked specific areas for my husband to make sure that he knows what I think he needs to be working on. And so I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And I want to commend the tree board and all of you who have worked on this project, because I know it was time consuming. And the detail is just absolutely amazing. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Athena, you said you had 5 copies today to be signed, or?
Yeah, I have 5 copies that, if adopted, we'd hope that they could be displayed because they're so beautiful. And, you know, maybe here, maybe at Carnegie, you know, with parks, the state has one that we'd like you to sign for us to keep, and also a copy for Seeds of Wisdom.
Okay. I was just wondering, since you guys are here and we have a tree board here, the proper thing, instead of me signing it after in the office, would be nice if we do have a copy, I could sign right away with them in the audience. That's fine. Okay, so with that, what's the pleasure of the council? I guess I should ask the...
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the Seeds of Wisdom Urban Forestry Management Plan.
Second motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Ms. Cassandra, with that, since we have him in the audience, if you don't mind bringing me the document to sign, and we'll make it official right here, right now.
Yeah, please bring him up. Please bring.
You guys don't mind coming up and...
Do you want to say here or?
Right here with the council here, if they don't mind coming up. and-
side, just for right now. And then I'll take it. He was thirsty.
Ms. Cassandra has to sign it too, right?
Yes.
One of the council in the background, if we could, maybe.
Okay, have them all come up.
They're the ones that voted for it.
Maybe have them all come up together.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind coming up here. Come.
Here, Tom.
Thanks. Oh, it's part of one of these. Where do I put it?
Have him sign it for you.
Oh.
Yeah, everyone get a
I'll let Ms. Cassandra fill out the details, but I'll go ahead and sign it here.
you have it?
Oh, I've seen that.
It's so big, it kind of throws you off balance when you're.
I got a cramp in my leg. I might just collapse. This is from sitting.
You're okay.
I just need to rub it.
Next.
Thank you.
Good.
It's been a long time coming, so we took care of it.
You and Athena did the job.
So, which,
lot of pleasure involved in this.
I thought I was gonna have to hit the road before.
I think you're gonna make it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've taken a large step forward for this.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, well, thank you guys, and again,
Thank you,
thanks
Mayor.
for your
Thank you,
work.
Council.
If we can get Miss Cassandra a picture of her signing it, 'cause
All right.
she don't like to be photographed, so I'm doing it on purpose.
I wanted to see you.
Oh, good for you. Posterity.
Stand for sitting there.
This is great.
Counselor.
Oh, okay.
Counselor Casey, hold it.
Okay, I'll hold it.
Since she's gonna be the first to implement it.
That's right. Well, we know who's gonna do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, you don't, I think you've done a remarkable thing for this city today.
Which one are you going?
I'm so excited.
You need some more cash.
Yeah, Kristen, we're gonna put one in the library. I think there's to be two for you guys.
One each one.
here with us, I think.
One goes with them.
Where'd you go?
One will stay with us.
I'll keep them. Cassandra will keep them and then she'll get them distributed.
Oh, there's more for us. Go ahead.
Yeah. Public for-
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, John, for everything that you've done.
Hey, all I did was herd cats.
That's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you, Miss Cassandra.
Welcome.
Next item.
Moving on to our next business item. Request approval to ratify the acceptance of New Mexico True Cooperative Marketing Grant in the amount of $256,428. We have our Community Development Director, Mr. Lucas Marquez.
Counselors, I know you guys have the memo, the details of this. What's the pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we ratify the acceptance of the New Mexico True Cooperative Marketing Grant in the amount of $256,428.
So a motion by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Any questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez, you and your team for.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council, and I want to thank Mr. Morris Madrid for helping me make sure that I had all the funding I needed there to complete this. So thank you, Morris.
Thank you. Next item.
Moving on to our next item, discussion, review, ranking, and approval of the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, ICIP projects for the 2028 through 2032 fiscal years. We have our city project consultant, Mr. Robert Archuleta.
Archuleta, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You have before you a draft of the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan for this year. As you're aware, we have to do this plan annually. It is a 5-year plan that is a working document that kind of outlines the future of project for the city. The hard deadline this year, which has been moved up once again by DFA, is July 1st. So we still have, 13 days to do any amendments or any additions to the plan. This year, the ICIP was put on a new system called the Capital Project System, the CAP system. It's a very user-friendly system. It really helps persons like myself who are working on ICIPs. However, it did come with a lot of caveats that we had to do. We had to add a lot of demographic information. We had to clone a lot of projects, and matters like that. So it did take some time to get it to where it is today. The PAR system, the Project Accountability Reporting System for our capital outlay projects, and the CAP system, which is mostly the ICIP, kind of mirror each other. So it makes it, even though we have a manual that we have to follow to get all this accomplished, which is this, it does take some time to get in that system and learn it. Myself and Manager Anaya and Elena and Jimmy did attend a training several months back, but you know, it's a PowerPoint. It doesn't really, until you get into it, that's really where you start learning the system. Again, it's a working document. I want to point the attention of the City Council to House Bill 247 that was passed this year in the legislature and signed by the governor. That House bill is gonna push things a little bit harder for municipalities and counties to spend their projects a lot quicker, to encumber funds a lot quicker. So I would encourage you to read House Bill 247 when you have a chance, because there's going to be reauthorization limitations. So you'll only be able to reauthorize a project one time. You're going to have to spend 10% of that project right away, and the only allowable changes are technical changes. So for example, this year we reauthorized 8th Street water line extension to water meters because that project was only $100,000 and we were getting NMFA funding. So projects like that, for example, there's going to be strict limitations on reauthorizations. Projects on the ICIP should be 100,000 or more. And then if there's any projects that are really stalled with counties and municipalities, severance tax bond funds can be frozen. General fund reversions can be sent to a reversion fund. General obligation funds can also revert. So it's really important that we pay attention to that House Bill 247. As it stands, I don't think the city's in that predicament because I think the city of Las Vegas does a really good job on spending their funding for capital outlay, even though there are times where there's delays, whether that's caused by the natural disasters or changes in administration or things that may hold up a project. But nonetheless, it's really important that when we are awarded a capital outlay project, that we go to quote and get a contractor on board and get those projects started. Having said that, I want to go into the projects that were added this year into the ICIP. The first one was a IT infrastructure and cybersecurity project, some things that are really needed for IT for the city. We also added a water treatment plant microchlor disinfectant system. We added the Douglas District Main Street corridor improvement. So as you know, the Railroad District project on Great Blocks is done. So we really need to focus now on the Douglas District, so that was added in. Plus, we also have some EDA money that this Great Block can spin off of that. 7th Street road improvements from Mills to Grand Avenue need a lot of work. South Pacific Parks and Gateway entrance, there's been some discussions with Councilor regarding some needs in that corridor as well. We had aging water line infrastructure projects on the ICIP, and there was too many of them. So we narrowed it down to 7th Street. That's one of the projects that really needs to get done on 7th Street, which I believe would be sort of north of McDonald's, is that correct? Yeah, okay. And then Mills Avenue needs a mill and overlay. That's about a 2-mile stretch. That's probably going to be about $2 million just for that, for Mills Avenue. That is an arterial road. That's probably one of the roads in the city that's really drives a lot of traffic. So we added that into ICIP. And then we also added today natural gas AMR, AMI meter replacement. It's on the list up there. I haven't finished completing the project, but it's in there. I just need to finish writing it up. The projects that were deactivated was the Litherland property, because we really don't have a plan or design for that property. El Creston Circle Improvements, that's the large project. That's already almost 100% complete. The Main Street Corridor Improvement, that's the Railroad District. That one was removed because that project is being paved today, and I think it's pretty much over. Okay. And then Lutheran and Collins was removed. That project's complete. And again, the previous aging water line project was reduced to just one street, in that 7th Street. And then the 8th Street water line extension, we reauthorized this year from that to water meters. And then we were awarded through NMFA, through the Water Trust Board for 8th Street extension, which was much larger than 100,000. I think it was 1.5 million or so. So having said that, I did provide you with some dots to rank your top 10 projects. You can do it up there and take a recess, or you can do it on the sheet that's provided to you. And then I'll compile it and then go back into the system and re-rank the projects. And again, I want to emphasize that we still have like 13 days to make any additions or changes. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll stand for any questions.
So on this item, I know it worked good a few years back, and I know we didn't have the printer to make it bigger, but if we could go up there, we'll take, I won't even recess, just, 2-3 minutes, and we go and we, put our little dots on these items, and then, when that's all said and done, then we could come back and adopt whatever. What I would ask is that, I know Councilor Pacheco is in, but he could probably do his, via the paper and then submit it, and you'll calculate that into,
Yes.
whatever the final is that fair?
Go up one at a time
Yeah.
so that we don't
Yeah.
all bump into each other.
That's work.
Go ahead.
I got 20 dots, so hey.
Or I'll just use Councilor Pacheco's and I'll
All
get
right.
to.
I was gonna take those.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, Council, I want to thank Mr. Archuleta, and also note on project number 5, and we've had several conversations in open session and otherwise, that project is expanded in scope to include fire station and public safety complex, and we've targeted the south sector off of Grand as the target area.
I've been watching the old city hall reconstruction work that's being done. I'm glad. I drive by every day on my way to physical therapy. Cabe nails and the whole-
Yo la está.
Oh, okay.
¿Lo puedo poner ahí?
just do it on this? Or you prefer that?
Hey, so who was it you were born? We should have that item.
Probably go to item number 6, right?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think so, because I still need to quantify Benitos as well. So we really need to move forward to the next items.
So maybe what I could do is recommend, or, maybe recommendation to the council, Councilman Martinez. So I guess what we could do is, based off of the information given, we could adopt it with the finalization of whatever Councilor Pacheco submits. Is
Yes,
that-
and I could provide the information to the council, because I would still need to go back into the database and move stuff around based on the council's rankings.
Suggested motion would be to approve the ranking as submitted by the council, awaiting Councilman Pacheco's submission of priorities. Is that correct? So, it's the pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 2627 adopting the infrastructure capital improvement plan, the ICIP, for the,
We're on
Oh,
item 5, so just for the priority.
I'm sorry, the ranking.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
John's,
It's getting
we're ready to
slow on the
go.
road here.
So I have a motion by,
Okay, so, I move that we approve the ranking of the infrastructure capital improvement plan projects for the 2028 to 2032 fiscal years, which will include Counselor Pacheco's, rankings also.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
motion by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 6, request approval of resolution number 2627, adopting the infrastructure capital improvement plan.
Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move approval of resolution 2627, adopting the infrastructure capital improvement plan with all of the recommendations that have been made this evening and are pending from, Counselor Pacheco.
Motion by Counselor Casey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Counselor Chuleta, anything else?
Thank you. One final thought is once I get a copy of the signed resolution, and after it's ranked, I will enter that into the database and we will meet compliance with DFA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your work on this again. Yeah.
Moving on to our next item, number 7, request approval to award request for bid 2026-12, Commerce Street Phase 1 Reconstruction Project to Magnum Welding in the amount of $525,561.55. Bid 1, $636,914.96 was for bid lot 2 to include New Mexico GRT.
Counselors, you guys have the memos and the updated information.
Mr. Mayor, I
Counselor
move
Casey.
approval to award RFB and number 2026-12, Commerce Street Phase 1 Reconstruction Project to Mangum Welding in the amount of $525,561.55.
Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
I must have been thinking about Magnum PI.
Thank you, Arnold. Next item, Ms. Cassandra.
Request approval to use the remaining balance from the Hot Springs Reconstruction Project Phase 2, estimated at $190,655.55 to supplement the Commerce Street Reconstruction Project. Mr. Arnold.
Council.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the use of the remaining balance from Hot Springs Reconstruction to Phase 2, estimated to be $190,655.55 to supplement the Commerce Street Reconstruction Project.
Motion by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item 9.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Wasn't that fun?
Request approval of resolution number 2628, repealing and replacing all previous resolutions by amending the City of Las Vegas zero tolerance drug and alcohol policy. We have our city manager, Mr. Anaya.
Mayor, council, Mr. Jaramillo helped with this particular policy. He couldn't be here tonight. He's off and he's coaching associated with the district tournaments. But the essence of this request is in the background memo. The existing policy prohibits off-duty use of THC marijuana and maintains a strict zero-tolerance standard policy, providing no secondary opportunities for employees who test positive for controlled substances or alcohol. The proposed revisions would amend the language to permit off-duty use of medical recreational THC. However, this authorization would not extend to safety-sensitive personnel or federally regulated employees. including CDL holders, pipeline, and federal transit workers and members of the fire and police departments. This comes to you based on other recommendations that happened at the state level for consistency with the policy change relative to THC use. This does not remove requirements for pre-employment screenings. It would effectuate the change for THC specifically, but still will maintain for pre-employment screenings and screenings associated with reasonable suspicion, therein consistent with state laws, state personnel policies, I should say. And I stand for any questions you might have.
Questions, councilors? Councilor Casey?
Federal law still has marijuana as being illegal. So I know that in the public school realm and other state-run institutions, any federal dollars are denied to an entity that has a policy allowing the use of THC, even if it does specify that it's only for people that are not going to be using dangerous equipment or anything like that. So how will this change affect our ability to get federal money?
Mayor, Councilman Casey, the changes are consistent with requirements that the state of New Mexico has. Santa Fe County also has adopted a similar resolution, as well as the city of, I believe, the city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County. But they also receive federal funding associated with it. It doesn't change the mechanism that we are able to apply for federal dollars. This would be consistent with state law or state changes to the use of THC. We did provide a review through our normal process, but this change is brought before you for your consideration, approval, or denial.
Okay. And just a suggestion, when we have a large document like this, if instead of printing the entire document, the changes, maybe we could just specify the changes, you know, and what section they fall into. Because, I mean, I got a whole ream of paper here, and so did everybody else. And I think that's kind of over the top in costs that are not really that necessary. As long as we know what the changes are, what those changes are going to be doing, and have an explanation like you just talked about now, I think that we would be saving an awful lot of money, you know, in terms of paper that, you know, probably get tossed out someplace. So just a suggestion.
Duly noted, Councilor Casey. Mr. Jaramillo did go through in depth and wanted to show clarity of each page, but I duly note your comments and your request.
Yeah. It was a little bit difficult. I had trouble reading some of the, I don't know if the items were supposed to be redacted or if they were being highlighted, because the highlighted stuff was done in red ink, marked out, and then others were redacted, but I could still see what was underneath the red highlighted section. So it was like, is this going to stay in or is it out? And so maybe we can figure out something a little bit different for that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Casey.
Councilman Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I guess it would affect the tree board more than, because we're out killing all these trees, right? But by all means, what I kind of wanted to mention was, I'm going to be as honest as I can as far as telling everybody that I would not approve this. And I know that the state has adopted it, and I understand that part too. But I come from a field of, if you have a CDL, if you hold those kind of licenses, hazmat and all of those equivalencies, are we being fair to the rest of the employees if somebody, gets, mandatory, send home or something because of THC and then they continue to have their job. Currently, it's a zero tolerance, correct? If I'm correct on saying that? So I
That's
just
correct.
wanted to, I think it would be opening a can of worms, and I don't think the state of New Mexico has experienced that direction just yet, and it may have to some degree. And what I mean is, if you've got gas department, for example, well, that's maybe not a good example. Just take solid waste, for example. You have all those employees that probably drive big trucks in our community and throughout the interstate up to Wagamon and so forth. Anybody that's doing that is not subject to they're gonna be left out. They're gonna be felt discriminated against when it comes down to somebody else getting a second chance versus zero tolerance for them. I don't agree on it. That's my personal opinion. And I don't want to have the city open to any kind of a lawsuit, any kind of discrimination lawsuit or anything like that. So I would, and I understand, the state of New Mexico has adopted this and I do get that. I'm the type of person that I don't want to treat everybody equally and fair. So I don't know if I could, that I could agree with this at this point. Maybe if the language was different, but possibly, but it has to be fair across the board.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I would just put forth that I completely respect the vote and will of the mayor and council. We've had a couple questions that were raised just tonight that I could get some additional data and information on, as well as even conversations with some of those entities that have adopted this particular resolution. So I'd be completely open to address some of those questions and motion to the table at this time and potentially revisit if that's the will of the mayor and council.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Giovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, I agree with your zero tolerance on alcohol and drug, because that's the only way our Reedfield City is going to run. You got employees or you got people that are not in the right mind. It just takes a little longer to take care of things like this. And the thing is that you got to put something out there. If you're going to come and work for a municipality, or it doesn't matter, state job or anything, there's policies. And you got to follow policies. And the thing is that if we don't take care of those, we're just going to be running around. It's a big package. I think I would go with something that our employees would look at our application and list the things that we want to be real critical about, and they can read and listen to, or read and see what's going on with that. And if it's okay with whoever's put in the application, then you can take care of that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman.
I just wanted to make a comment, and I think sometimes we forget, we only think about the recreational use of THC and marijuana, and I want to be the first that marijuana is used as a treatment and an ailment to help certain individuals that have no issue, have no addiction, but sometimes need that for pain and other medical needs. I do want to say that in the state of New Mexico, pretty much every entity is going into what we're dealing with. I do want to bring up, there will always be the suspicion, as there is with alcohol. So if you look like you're drunk or you look like you're stoned, hopefully we get the training, because I know sometimes there's that, are you really watching him or not? But if we get the proper training, then those individuals, they shouldn't be drunk or stoned on the job. But I look at it a little differently, and I totally get, CDLs. Under this current proposal, those still, they can't be using THC. I mean, they have requirements that they have to abide by. Same thing with safety, public safety. They have their obligations that they have to meet. I think we all, in the state and here at the city, I think we're the only entity, government entity, that has this strict of a policy. You don't have to take, in other communities, you don't have to take a pre-screening for marijuana. They use only the suspicion. But I want, if it's tabled or whatever it may be, take into consideration those individuals that nothing's wrong with them. They're not using this just to get stoned or to party. They have ailments that they're able and able to work, but they do, need that medication. And I think that's something to look into as you guys are, thinking about this, is that there's individuals that need this, and because of our strict policy, we're not even looking at them. I mean, I just want to throw that out, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I appreciate your comments, and that's why I would maybe ask for a tabling instead of a denial tonight. One of the other things that I've done over the course of the last year is sign several terminations right off of a random sample. Some of those individuals that were terminated off of the zero tolerance policy were good employees and maybe needed some other opportunity for some other support structures that could help them through employee assistance program or otherwise. But given the verbiage of the document that we have in place, they were terminated. And so it also provides a mechanism, from my perspective, where you have those individuals that maybe faced a one-off challenge or put themselves in a bind, gives us some latitude to get them some additional support and assistance to work through that particular challenge.
And to note on that is they tested positive, but they weren't stoned out of their mind. Is that fair and sane?
That's fair, but the rule is pretty clear, and it's
Yeah.
a zero tolerance and
and
subject to termination. And
That's-
so I think it still accommodates making sure people don't come to work drunk or stoned with reasonable suspicion at testing, but also deals with that broader, full range of full testing. But at the end of the day, that's a decision that rests with the policymakers as individually, as Councilor Martinez noted, and as a collective. And so I fully respect and acknowledge that role and defer to that. But those are my thoughts right now.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Casey?
A comment and then a motion. I believe that the zero tolerance policy also has language in there that says that if someone is taking, let's say, morphine or a stronger drug for an ailment that they have, and they are tested and they test positive while they're working or they're already employed, then if they report that prior to being hired, that they will be allowed to work until such time as, they actually show up not functioning correctly or whatever. Because we did have, I believe, a couple of employees in the past with a different mayor who had tested positive for the random testing that was done, but they had already reported that they were taking these drugs and that it didn't affect their work. They didn't have to, drive vehicles that might be dangerous. They didn't have to use equipment that was dangerous. So they were allowed to work. I don't know if that language is still in existence because the document is very long. But, that might be something that we can consider for the future. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we place the zero tolerance drug policy and alcohol policy on the table until such time as we can do a little bit more investigating into it, and also so that we have a full council here to vote on this issue because I think it's very important and it affects everyone.
Yeah, motion by Councilor Casey, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinez, roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Yes. Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 10, request approval to authorize and support a summer youth program for fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. We have our city manager, Mr. Anaya.
Mr. Mayor, Council, at the direction of Mayor and Council, we've brought forth a proposal to re-energize the youth employment program, and I want to ask Mr. Madrid to speak a little, as well as Consuelo to speak a little. Related to the work that's been done, we have a recommendation that I believe is strong, and that's going to put us in a position to bring youth in, make sure that they're adequately placed, and that they have a good experience at the city beyond just any cleanup work or weeding or other assignments that they might have based on specific feedback we receive from mayor and council. So I'm excited about it. We got a lot of applicants, and so I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Madrid, and the two of you to give us some background. Thank you so much.
Mayor and council.
Good evening.
This was an easy one for finance because we're using the cash balances in the cannabis fund. And we believe that although there's no restriction on it, this is a perfect use within the intent of that money. And the numbers are, we have prepared to hire up to 50 students for 6 weeks at $16 an hour, 20 hours per week. And that would include that hourly rate. We also have to consider that we have to match the FICA in that. That's 7.65%. Total cost of the program is about $107,000. It is already within the budget for this year, and it is included in fiscal year 27 budget. You'll see that in the final budget when we present at the end of July. So there are no financial issues here.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Casey.
I'm glad, Mr. Mayor, that our city manager did say that they are taking into consideration that it would be a positive learning experience for the students. However, your last line of your paragraph says, I would also note, however, that there is much to learn from good old-fashioned hard work, regardless of the perceived level of task. And I used to have to clean weeds off of a yard that was about as big as this room. I did it every summer at my grandmother's house. I hated it. I still hate it now. And I would hate to see any young person out there in the hot sun pulling out weeds. We've had in the past, and I know this for a fact because the CASA office was located at Rodriguez Park in that building there, and we had the summer youth kids out there pulling weeds at Rodriguez Park, and we had 2 young people faint from exhaustion, heat exhaustion, anxiety of having to be out there for a long time in the hot sun. And I don't want to see that happen. And yes, it's a good lesson to learn that you have to work hard sometimes, but I don't think that we should torture the kids that are trying to learn something. So I really am insisting that they do not do any type of work like that. If they need to work outside, let it be monitored very carefully so that they're hydrated, they get a chance to rest enough, and only if they really, really want to be out there. But other than that, I think we need to find something indoors where they are going to be safe.
Mayor, Councilwoman Casey, I appreciate it very much, and what the staff is doing, and Ms. Gallegos could speak to that, is a screening process where we're gonna focus on not just work, but their areas of interest. We have had some students that are excited about the opportunity to do some outdoor work and work with the streets crews. But to your point, we'll make sure that those that are put in those areas, we'll work with Mr. Lopez and the parks, if those are two areas that they're utilized, to make sure that they're monitored carefully, hydrated, and follow all the necessary safety protocol. Ms. Gallegos, could you speak to some of that?
Mr. Manager, real quick, it's only 20 hours a week, right? So 4 hours a day, is that kind of, or how are we?
Yes,
That
that's
is-
what's planned.
Yes, that is correct. As Mr. Madrid mentioned, it's going to be only 20 hours a week. So I think, we're working 20 hours, and we are going to, for orientation, we're also going to have the safety officer there. We're going to be very clear, the OSHA regulations, and, we want to make sure that they take enough breaks and if it's too hot. So working with the staff, they will be involved as well. The directors will be there for the orientation. So we're all involved. And we're going to make sure that the kids, they work, they earn their money, and they're safe.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manager, thank you. Guys, summer programs are very critical to our kids. And the thing is that we're not gonna go out there and work them at the middle of the day. That's where your directors or your supervisors come in and gotta work them when you can use them. And our directors and our managers have to look at that, because we can use the help all over town, all over the wards. So it's on your hands, and the things that we gotta take care of our kids, we gotta work them. That's what a summer program is. We used to do it. We didn't complain too much because we had to do it. We had to buy cars or whatever we had to do. And the things that our kids are, some are a little weak, some aren't, and they'll take the responsibility. Thank you.
So just to
And
give
some
you-
of us still do it, right?
Yeah.
And so just to give you a little background on what we've done in the past couple of days. So yesterday we had interviews for 23 youth, 20 youth, and today we had 23. Tomorrow we'll have 6. So we're looking about 48 employees. And to your comment, Councilor Ulibarri, so we're going to be dividing the youth in half. So some will be working in the morning and some will be working in the afternoons. And then also we have to keep in mind that, we have to follow the workforce solution, their laws and their regulations. So kids can only work a certain amount of hours. So they can't work like before 7 a.m. and after, I believe, 9 p.m. So we have to follow all those regulations as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
And Martinez.
Thank you,
What's
Mr.
your
Mayor.
pleasure?
I do strongly support summer youth programs moving forward, definitely. The spoiler, what I'm gonna mention now is are these employees subject to the same rules that regular employees have? Alcohol or drugs related, you know what I mean? I hate to throw that in there as well, but, and I don't expect that to become an issue. I just want to make sure that we give them the tools to succeed, but they have to know the rules of the employment that they're taking on as well. And I think that's an important piece. The time frame of this program, what is the time frame? You said 6 weeks, but when does it start and end?
So it's going to start this coming Monday, June 22nd, and will end on July 31st.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to bring that to light. I care about, youth, and I want them to succeed, and I just want to make sure that they understand grown-up rules as well, and not just, they're, just because they're younger, that they can get away with something that's not right. I mean, I just want to throw that out there, so.
And to that note, Councilor Martinez, that's why we want to include all the directors in orientation, so that they all have their say on, what they require within their departments.
And if you bring up the no tolerance that's currently in effect, it gives them a perspective of how they can stay employed. That's the way I kind of see it, and like I said, I do support the program. I hope it works good. I know it takes away from the directors so that they can go out there and get some areas taken care of. We have a lot of hot spots in our community, so I'm not gonna point any out. We just need to, we
We
just
all know
need to
where
get,
they are.
yeah, we just need to get some stuff done. I appreciate the program moving forward, definitely.
And then on the note of the zero tolerance, the policy that we have now, that's something that the safety officer, Adrian Jaramillo, does speak on during his orientation portion. So that will be reiterated to the youth.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Martinez, are you saying you didn't have to go through the orientation like we did?
I didn't, I already had a job, so.
So with that,
And it was zero tolerance too, so.
what's the pleasure of the council?
Let's see.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the authorization and support of the summer youth program for fiscal year 20.
Second, Mr.
By
Mayor.
Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey? Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Manager and staff, for putting that together. It's going to a big positive program for the community. I know a lot of kids are happy, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Ms. Cassandra.
Moving on to our final item, request approval of resolution number 2622, a resolution establishing reasonable notice of the city council meetings in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So Mayor and Council, I bring this to you every year in June. And as per our Open Meetings Act, we are required to do so, to give notice of our council meetings. I've attached the resolution. It is basically the same resolution as it was last year. The only difference is we don't have as many of the boards, committees, and commissions on there because they're not established yet, or they don't have enough people, they haven't met yet. So those will continue to have to give their own notice. Rather than this one, we publish it in its entirety for the year. It becomes effective July 1, so we as a council don't have to give the notice for those. So I guess the only question I have is, for mayor and council, is would there be any change to our regular meeting dates, times, any of that? I left that the same, so.
I think the only thing to add to that, Ms. Cassandra, is some of them, they already have their, I mean, the committees are formed, but they haven't met to determine what dates they're meeting, so that stuff was left out. So as they move forward, they will have to come in compliance, and Ms. Cassandra will make sure that they're on task. I guess more specifically, the directors, I know we did have, unfortunately, the tree board, a former member, where basically said, forget OMA, let's do whatever. And she's no longer on the board, but, you know, compliance it makes a difference. So with that, what's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor, I move to
Martinez.
approve resolution number 2622, a resolution establishing reasonable notice of city council meetings in compliance with Open Meetings Act.
By Councilman Martinez, do I have a second? Second by Councilor Casey. Any more discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Casey? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question on the other boards. I think, do they know when they're supposed to meet, or do they just plan or whatever? I mean, they've never met, so how do they know when they should be meeting? Does somebody tell them, you know, you need to have a meeting sometime soon, or how
Yes,
does
Counselor,
that
the
work?
directors that oversee those boards, commissions, and committees.
Thank you.
And I think there was discussion, Councilor Casey, where in the past, a direction or a guidance had not been provided, so they were just meeting and not doing, really not being productive, I guess. So some of the discussion that I know in the next meeting I want to have is, you know, if there's some type of vision that you guys, that we all have towards a committee on what they should be. Look, of course, you know, they're their own committee, but if there's any type of direction that we want to give them, for instance, I'll use the police advisory, is there certain statistics that we want them to be reviewing or et cetera? So I'm working with some of the directors, I know more with the PD, on the police advisory. And, I mean, there is an ordinance in place for the police advisory that chief has to follow, so.
Yeah, I'm talking about all the others
Yeah.
that aren't in ordinance.
Mr. Mayor,
So we'll get with that.
make a motion to adjourn.
We have executive session. So what's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I move to enter into executive session in accordance with New Mexico Open Meetings Act, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H8, purchase, acquisition of disposal of real property, water rights meeting for the discussion of the purchase of acquisition or disposal of real property of water rights by the public body.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Martinez, second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey? I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
And if we could have Mr. David Marquez and also Mr. Madrid in this conversation?
Mayor, I'd like to also keep the finance director as well as the water director and Mr. Seiss. And the balance, if they could be released, I was going to go ahead and let the rest go.
Manager. Can I have a motion to return to regular session?
Mr. Mayor, I move to enter into regular session in accordance with New Mexico Open Meetings Act and NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H8, purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property, water rights, meeting for the discussion of the purchase of acquisition or disposal of real property or water rights by the public body. No decisions were made.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Martinez, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Olivari, I'll give you the pleasure.
Go ahead.
Motion
Motion to
to
adjourn.
Motion by Councilor Casey.
Second.
Yes.
It's better. Vamos.